Welcome to Digging into History, where we unearth the fascinating stories buried beneath the sands of time. Tonight we'll embark on a soothing exploration of forgotten empires, lost kingdoms that once flourished with power, beauty, and mystery, only to vanish into legend. From silent ruins to faded scrolls, we'll follow the echoes of ancient civilizations that shaped our world, then disappeared without a trace. Perfect for drifting into peaceful dreams while awakening your curiosity for the wonders of the ancient past. Chapter 1. The Hittite Empire. Bronze Age Superpower. In the shadow of mighty Egypt, amid the rugged hills of central Anatolia, the Hittites, a people whose very existence was nearly forgotten by history until the late 19th century, built one of the most formidable empires of the Bronze Age. For nearly 5 centuries, from approximately 1650 BCE to 1200 BCE, they dominated vast swaths of the Near East, rivaling Egypt and Babylon. Their story is one of innovation, resilience, and ultimately, mysterious collapse. The origins of the Hittites remain somewhat shrouded in mystery. Scholars believe they migrated into the Anatolian Peninsula, modern-day Turkey, around 2000 BCE, possibly from the Caucasus region. These newcomers brought with them Indo-European languages, distinct from the native Hattic tongues of the region. They called themselves People of the Land of Hatti, taking the name from the indigenous population they gradually absorbed. The heartland of their kingdom was harsh and unforgiving, a high, windswept plateau surrounded by mountain ranges, where winters brought bitter cold and summers scorching heat. Yet this challenging landscape offered 2 critical advantages: natural defensive barriers and abundant mineral resources, particularly copper and tin, the essential components of bronze. The Hittites would exploit these advantages to build their empire. The true rise of Hittite power began with King Hattusili I around 1650 BCE. From his capital at Hattissa, a formidable city perched atop steep cliffs, he launched military campaigns that expanded Hittite control throughout central Anatolia. But it was his grandson, Mursili I, who truly announced the Hittites as a great power. In a stunning military campaign around 1595 BCE, Mursili marched his armies nearly 1,000 miles from Hattissa, down the Euphrates River, and conquered mighty Babylon, ending the famous dynasty of Hammurabi. Though the Hittites couldn't maintain control of such distant territory, this raid demonstrated their military prowess and ambition. The Hittite military success stemmed from several innovations. They were among the first to master the art of chariot warfare, developing lighter, faster vehicles pulled by 2 horses, rather than the heavier 4-horse chariots of other powers. Their infantry fought in disciplined formations, equipped with bronze spears, axes, and sickle-shaped swords ideal for slashing attacks. Most crucially, the Hittites were pioneers in ironworking. While true iron weapons were still centuries away, the Hittites' early experiments with iron gave them prestige and a technological edge. After Mursili's assassination, the kingdom entered a period of instability, with royal murders and usurpations weakening the state. This Old Kingdom period saw the Hittites retreat to their Anatolian heartland, as rival powers like the Mitanni and Hurrians challenged their position. For nearly a century, the empire seemed on the verge of collapse, torn by internal strife. The revival came under King Tutilia I around 1430 BCE, inaugurating what historians call the New Kingdom or Empire period. He and his successors, particularly Srivijaya, who ruled from approximately 1350 to 1322 BCE, rebuilt Hittite power through military conquest and shrewd diplomacy. At its height under Srivijaya, the empire stretched from western Anatolia to northern Syria and the upper Euphrates Valley, encompassing dozens of subject kingdoms and vassal states. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Hittite imperial rule was its administrative system. Unlike many ancient empires that ruled through direct occupation, the Hittites preferred to establish treaty relationships with conquered territories. Local rulers were allowed to maintain their positions provided they paid tribute, supplied troops for the imperial army, and remained loyal to the Hittite king. These vassal treaties, many of which have survived on clay tablets, were detailed legal documents, invoking divine witnesses and specifying the obligations of both parties. The system wasn't purely exploitative. The Hittite king promised protection to loyal vassals against both external enemies and internal revolts. This pragmatic approach extended to religion as well. The Hittites were remarkably open to incorporating foreign deities into their pantheon, which already included a storm god, Teshub, and a sun goddess, Ariniti, as principal deities. When they conquered new regions, they often adopted local gods rather than suppressing their worship. A Hittite king famously described himself as the man of 1,000 gods, reflecting this religious inclusivity. Annual festivals to honor these deities were elaborate affairs lasting days or weeks, with the king personally performing many of the rituals. The political center of this vast empire was Hattusa, a city whose ruins still impress today. Protected by massive stone walls with elaborately decorated gates and strategic postern tunnels, Hattusa was both fortress and ceremonial center. The city housed massive temples, royal residences, and administrative buildings, where scribes recorded the empire's business on clay tablets, using cuneiform script. Nearby at Yazilikaya, a natural rock sanctuary was carved with reliefs, depicting the pantheon of Hittite gods processing in solemn order, one of the ancient world's most impressive religious monuments. The Hittite Empire reached its zenith during the 13th century BCE, when King Muwatalli II confronted Egyptian pharaoh Ramesses II at the Battle of Kadesh in 1274 BCE. This clash of superpowers, fought for control of strategic territories in Syria, was perhaps the largest chariot battle in history, with thousands of chariots darkening the plains with dust as they charged and wheeled. Though Ramesses II claimed victory in his elaborate monuments, the battle was likely a stalemate. The Egyptian-Hittite rivalry eventually gave way to one of history's first recorded peace treaties in 1259 BCE, establishing boundaries and agreeing to mutual aid against aggressors. This treaty was sealed by a diplomatic marriage between Ramesses and a Hittite princess. The internal workings of the Hittite kingdom reveal a society with surprisingly sophisticated legal concepts. The Hittite law code, dating from the 16th century BCE, shows a legal system more progressive than many of its contemporaries. Punishments were generally milder, with fines and compensation preferred over the harsh physical punishments common in other ancient codes. Capital punishment was rare, reserved primarily for sexual offenses and serious breaches of religious taboos. The law recognized degrees of intent, distinguishing between premeditated crimes and accidents, and even allowed for extenuating circumstances. Daily life for ordinary Hittites centered around agriculture and animal husbandry. The challenging climate of the Anatolian plateau made farming difficult, but the Hittites developed sophisticated systems of water management and food storage. They cultivated wheat, barley, and legumes, supplemented by orchards of apples, pears, and grapes. Sheep and goats provided wool, milk, and meat. Archaeological evidence suggests most people lived in modest multi-room houses built of mud brick on stone foundations, often clustered in small villages near water sources. Gender roles followed patterns common in the ancient Near East, with men dominating public life and women primarily responsible for household management. However, Hittite queens, called Tawananna, wielded considerable power, sometimes continuing to rule after their husband's death until their son was established on the throne. Some queens conducted diplomatic correspondence independently and oversaw important religious ceremonies. The written legacy of the Hittites provides extraordinary insights into their world. Their archives contain not only administrative and legal texts, but also literature, myths, prayers, rituals, and historical narratives. Many of these texts were translations or adaptations from other cultures, particularly Mesopotamian traditions, reflecting the Hittites' cultural openness. The Hittite language itself belongs to the Indo-European family, related distantly to Greek, Sanskrit, and Latin, making the Hittites the earliest recorded Indo-European civilization. Despite their power and achievements, the Hittite Empire's end came with shocking suddenness around 1180 BCE. Hattusa was abandoned and burned, with evidence suggesting the royal family and administration evacuated before the final destruction. This collapse was part of a broader regional catastrophe that archaeologists call the Late Bronze Age collapse, which saw virtually every major kingdom in the Eastern Mediterranean and Near East fall within a few decades. The exact causes remain debated. Climate change may have triggered widespread famine. Archaeological evidence shows severe drought affected the region. Internal rebellion seems likely, as subject peoples seized the opportunity to throw off Hittite rule. Most significantly, mysterious invaders known as the Sea Peoples ravaged coastal cities throughout the region. These may have been displaced populations themselves, forced to migrate by changing conditions elsewhere. Whatever the precise combination of factors, the effect was devastating. Complex trade networks unraveled, literacy declined, and population centers were abandoned. Some Hittite elements survived in what scholars call the Neo-Hittite or Syro-Hittite states, small kingdoms in southeastern Anatolia and northern Syria that preserved aspects of Hittite culture, art and religion for several more centuries. Cities like Carchemish maintained Hittite artistic traditions and royal titles, though they wrote in Lydian hieroglyphs rather than cuneiform. Gradually, these too were absorbed by rising powers like Assyria and Urartu. By the time the Greek historian Herodotus wrote in the 5th century BCE, the Hittites were barely remembered. The Bible mentioned Hittites among the peoples of Canaan, but these references were to Neo-Hittite states, not the great empire that had once rivaled Egypt. Only in 1834 did French explorer Charles Texier rediscover the ruins of Hattusa, though he couldn't identify them. The breakthrough came in 1887, when excavations yielded cuneiform tablets in an unknown language. When these were linked with hieroglyphic inscriptions found throughout Anatolia and northern Syria, the lost empire began to emerge from historical obscurity. The Hittite story offers thought-provoking parallels to our own time. Their empire thrived through cultural and religious tolerance, pragmatic diplomacy, and technological innovation. Yet despite these strengths, it proved vulnerable to environmental stress, population movements, and economic disruption, challenges that resonate in our increasingly interconnected world. Perhaps most importantly, the very fact that such a powerful empire could be largely forgotten for 3,000 years reminds us of history's fragility. Without written records and archaeological preservation, even the mightiest civilizations can fade from human memory. Visitors to central Turkey can walk among the massive stones of Hattusa's walls, pass through the Lion Gate where Hittite kings once processed, and stand in the great temple where priests performed their rites. In these tangible remains and in the thousands of clay tablets now translated, the voice of this Bronze Age superpower speaks again across the millennia, reminding us that even forgotten empires helped shape our world. Chapter 2. Carthage, Rome's greatest rival. On the shores of North Africa, where the Mediterranean's azure waters lap against the sun-baked coast of modern Tunisia, stood a city that once challenged Rome for supremacy over the ancient world. Carthage, wealthy, sophisticated, and commanding a vast commercial empire, represented a vision of power fundamentally different from Rome's legionary might. For over a century, these two titans engaged in a struggle that would determine the fate of the Mediterranean world, a conflict so bitter and existential that it gave us the phrase Carthaginian peace, the complete annihilation of one's enemy. The story of Carthage begins around 814 BCE, not with conquest but with a commercial venture. According to tradition, a Phoenician princess named Elissa, also known as Dido, fled from Tyre in modern-day Lebanon after her brother murdered her husband. Landing on the North African coast with a group of followers, she negotiated with local Berber chieftains to purchase land for a settlement. The clever princess asked for only as much territory as could be encompassed by an ox hide, then cut the hide into thin strips to encircle a substantial area on a promontory overlooking a natural harbour. This strategic location would become the core of Carthage, whose name derives from the Phoenician Kart Hadasht, meaning new city. Whether historical or legendary, this foundation story captures something essential about Carthaginian identity. They were a people of Phoenician origin, carrying with them the mercantile skills, seafaring traditions, and religious practices of their motherland. Like their Phoenician ancestors, the Carthaginians preferred commercial expansion to territorial conquest. Where Phoenician cities like Tyre and Sidon had established trading posts throughout the Mediterranean, Carthage would build an even more extensive network, creating an economic empire, while Rome was still a cluster of villages on 7 hills. The geography of Carthage perfectly served its commercial ambitions. The city occupied a peninsula extending into the Mediterranean, with 2 magnificent harbours, one for merchant vessels, another for the navy. Surrounding the city were fertile plains ideal for agriculture. Most importantly, Carthage controlled the narrow waist of the Mediterranean between Sicily and Tunisia, allowing it to monitor and tax the sea traffic between the eastern and western halves of the Great Inland Sea. By the 6th century BCE, as the parent city of Tyre declined under Persian domination, Carthage emerged as the leader of the western Phoenician colonies. The city established an extensive maritime empire, with territories in North Africa, southern Spain, Sardinia, western Sicily, Malta, the Balearic Islands, and other strategic coastal locations. This was no continuous territorial empire like Rome's would become, but rather a network of ports, trading posts, and agricultural colonies, bound together by commercial interest and shared cultural heritage. Carthaginian prosperity rested on three pillars: agriculture, manufacturing, and trade. The fertile lands around Carthage produced abundant grain, olives, and wine, while more distant territories in Libya, Sardinia, and Sicily served as additional breadbaskets. Carthaginian artisans were renowned for their textiles, especially the famous purple dye extracted from murex shells, as well as ceramics, metalwork, and shipbuilding. But trade was the lifeblood of the Carthaginian economy. Their merchants exchanged goods from across the known world: Spanish silver, British tin, Baltic amber, African ivory, Arabian spices, and countless other commodities flowed through Carthaginian ports. The political system that managed this commercial empire was a complex republic dominated by wealthy merchant families. At the head of the government stood two annually elected chief magistrates called Sophetes, similar to Roman consuls, supported by a powerful council of elders known as the Aderem. A larger council of 104 judges provided checks on political power, while a popular assembly had limited but gradually expanding authority. This republican system, with its balance of powers and emphasis on collective decision-making, was sophisticated enough to impress even Rome, which may have borrowed elements for its own constitution. Daily life in Carthage reflected its hybrid Phoenician-African character. The city's population was cosmopolitan, including descendants of the original Phoenician settlers, indigenous Berbers, Greeks, Egyptians, and people from throughout the Mediterranean trading world. The common language was Punic, a Semitic tongue derived from Phoenician, though many educated Carthaginians also spoke Greek, the international language of commerce and culture. Archaeological evidence suggests Carthaginian housing ranged from luxurious villas for the elite to multi-story apartment buildings for ordinary citizens and warehouse districts close to the harbours. At the heart of Carthaginian religion stood Baal Hammon, chief deity of the pantheon, and his consort Tanit, goddess of the moon, fertility, and the harvest. The prominence of Tanit, whose symbol, a triangle topped with a horizontal line and circle, appears on countless Carthaginian artifacts, suggests women may have enjoyed significant religious authority. The Carthaginians maintained sacred precincts called toppets, where urns containing cremated remains and votive offerings have been discovered. These sites have sparked one of the most contentious debates about Carthaginian culture. Did they practice child sacrifice? Classical authors like Diodorus Siculus and Plutarch claimed that in times of crisis, Carthaginian parents sacrificed their children to appease angry gods, placing infants on the arms of bronze statues with outstretched hands, beneath which blazed furnaces. Modern archaeological evidence confirms that the toppets contain cremated remains of young children and infants, but scholars debate whether these represent sacrifices or simply special burial areas for children who died naturally. The truth may include elements of both explanations, with child sacrifice occurring rarely during extreme emergencies, while most toppet burials represented other religious practices. Whatever the reality, these allegations of child sacrifice would feature prominently in Roman propaganda against Carthage. They formed part of a broader Roman characterization of Carthaginians as treacherous, cruel, and alien, a people whose Punic faith, a Roman synonym for dishonesty, made them the antithesis of Roman virtue. This caricature obscures a more complex reality. Carthaginian culture produced sophisticated literature, though little survives beyond fragments. We know they wrote histories, religious texts, and agricultural manuals, including a famous work on farming by Mago that Romans later translated into Latin. Carthaginian ships circumnavigated Africa, explored the Atlantic coasts of Europe and Africa, and established trade routes deep into the Sahara. For much of its early history, Carthage maintained cordial, if cautious, relations with Rome. The two powers signed several treaties defining their respective spheres of influence, with Rome focused on Italy, while Carthage dominated the western Mediterranean. But as both expanded, conflict became inevitable. The flashpoint would be Sicily, strategically located between them, too valuable for either to concede to the other. The First Punic War erupted in 264 BCE, when Rome intervened in a dispute between Sicilian cities, challenging Carthaginian hegemony over the island. What followed was the longest continuous war in Greco-Roman history, spanning 23 years of brutal combat. The war's most remarkable aspect was Rome's transformation from a primarily land power into a naval force capable of challenging Carthage at sea. Starting virtually without a navy, the Romans built over 200 ships, copying a stranded Carthaginian vessel as their model. They compensated for their sailors' inexperience by equipping ships with boarding bridges, corvus that allowed Roman soldiers to fight on their terms, converting naval encounters into something resembling land battles. After a series of massive naval battles, some involving hundreds of ships and tens of thousands of men, and costly land campaigns in Sicily, Carthage was forced to sue for peace in 241 BCE. The terms were harsh. Carthage surrendered Sicily to Rome and paid a massive indemnity of 3,200 talents of silver over 10 years. The loss of Sicily not only diminished Carthaginian strategic position, but also deprived them of valuable agricultural land and trading ports. The defeat left Carthage vulnerable to internal unrest. When the city could not pay its mercenary troops, they revolted, joined by Libyan subjects oppressed by Carthaginian taxation. This mercenary war 241–237 BCE threatened Carthage's very existence until Hamilcar Barca, their most capable general, gradually crushed the rebellion. The Romans opportunistically seized Sardinia and Corsica during this crisis, further diminishing Carthaginian power and sowing seeds of bitter resentment. Recognizing the need to compensate for these territorial losses, Hamilcar Barca and his family, who would dominate Carthaginian politics for the next generation, turned their attention to Spain. Rich in silver mines and agricultural potential, Spain offered Carthage a new base for recovery. From 237 BCE until his death 9 years later, Hamilcar conquered extensive territories in southern and eastern Spain, followed by his son-in-law Hasdrubal, who founded New Carthage, modern Cartagena, as the capital of these new possessions. But it was Hamilcar's son, Hannibal Barca, who would lead Carthage into its greatest confrontation with Rome. Taking command in Spain at age 26, after Hasdrubal's assassination, Hannibal inherited his father's military genius and anti-Roman sentiment. When disputes arose over the Spanish city of Saguntum, Hannibal seized the opportunity, capturing the city after a difficult siege. Rome, viewing this as a treaty violation, demanded Hannibal's surrender. The Carthaginian government, now dominated by the Barcid faction, refused, leading to the Second Punic War in 218 BCE. Rather than waiting for a Roman invasion of Africa or Spain, Hannibal executed one of history's most audacious military maneuvers. He led an army of about 50,000 infantry, 9,000 cavalry, and 37 war elephants from Spain, through southern Gaul, and across the Alps into Italy, a journey of over 1,000 miles through hostile territory and winter conditions. Though he lost nearly half his force to the hazards of the journey, the psychological impact of his arrival in northern Italy was electric. Several Gallic tribes joined his cause, and he won a series of stunning victories against Roman armies at the Trebia River, Lake Trasimene, and most devastatingly, at Cannae in 216 BCE. The Battle of Cannae represents Hannibal's tactical masterpiece. Facing a Roman army nearly twice the size of his own, he executed a double envelopment maneuver that has been studied by military academies ever since. By allowing his center to give ground, while his stronger wings held firm, Hannibal created a pocket in which the advancing Romans became so tightly packed they could barely use their weapons. Carthaginian cavalry, having driven Roman horsemen from the field, then attacked the Roman infantry from behind, completing the encirclement. The result was slaughter, perhaps 50,000 Romans killed or captured in a single day, including 80 senators and 1 consul. For most nations, such a defeat would have meant capitulation, but Rome displayed the tenacity that would become legendary. They refused Hannibal's peace offers, raised new armies, and adjusted their strategy. Under the cautious generalship of Quintus Fabius Maximus, nicknamed the Delayer, they avoided pitched battles with Hannibal, focusing instead on keeping him from capturing Rome itself and gradually wearing down his forces. The fundamental weakness in Hannibal's strategy now became apparent. Despite his victories, he lacked the manpower to besiege Rome or garrison captured cities. The majority of Roman allies in Italy remained loyal, denying him the mass defections he needed. Most critically, the Carthaginian government failed to send substantial reinforcements, partly due to Roman naval superiority, and partly because factions opposed to the Barcid family limited support. The war's momentum shifted when Rome sent the young general Scipio, later called Africanus, to Spain, where he captured New Carthage and gradually pushed Carthaginian forces out of the peninsula. In 203 BCE, Scipio carried the war to Africa, forcing the Carthaginians to recall Hannibal from Italy to defend the homeland. At the Battle of Zama in 202 BCE, Scipio defeated Hannibal on African soil, ending the Second Punic War. The peace terms were even harsher than those ending the first conflict. Carthage surrendered all overseas territories, reduced its navy to just 10 ships, agreed not to wage war without Roman permission, and paid an indemnity of 10,000 talents over 50 years. Effectively, Carthage became a client state of Rome, its imperial ambitions permanently checked. Hannibal briefly attempted political reforms as a civil leader, but was forced into exile by his opponents and Roman pressure. He eventually committed suicide in 183 BCE to avoid capture, ending his lifelong resistance to Roman power. Remarkably, despite these crippling restrictions, Carthage experienced an economic recovery in the following decades. Agricultural reforms increased productivity, and even with limited seafaring rights, Carthaginian merchants found ways to prosper. This revival alarmed some Romans, particularly the influential senator Cato the Elder, who ended every speech, regardless of its topic, with the phrase Carthago delenda est, Carthage must be destroyed. When border disputes erupted between Carthage and Rome's ally Numidia, the Romans seized the opportunity. Though Carthage had technically violated its treaty by fighting without Roman permission, the city immediately surrendered when confronted. The Romans, however, issued increasingly unreasonable demands, first requiring hostages and the surrender of all weapons, then finally ordering the entire population to abandon the city and resettle at least 10 miles from the coast. A death sentence for a maritime trading culture. Faced with extinction either way, the Carthaginians chose to resist. In the Third Punic War 149-146 BCE, the city endured a 3-year siege. The population melted down statues for weapons, women donated their hair for bowstrings, and the city's engineers constructed new defensive works as rapidly as the Romans built siege equipment. When the Romans finally broke through under the command of Scipio Aemilianus, grandson by adoption of Scipio Africanus, street-to-street fighting continued for 6 days and nights. The Romans' final victory was absolute. They enslaved the surviving 50,000 inhabitants, burned the city for 17 days, and according to some accounts, plowed salt into the soil to symbolize eternal desolation. Carthaginian territory became the Roman province of Africa, with nearby Utica replacing Carthage as the regional capital. For a century, the site of Carthage lay largely abandoned, until Julius Caesar and later Augustus sponsored a Roman colony there. The new Roman Carthage flourished, becoming the second most important city in the Western Roman Empire, though built on a different plan than its Punic predecessor. By late antiquity, it was a center of early Christianity, home to influential theologians like Tertullian and Saint Augustine. The final irony of Carthage's story came in 439 CE, when the city fell to the Vandals, a Germanic people beginning the collapse of Roman power in North Africa. Today, the ancient rivalry between Rome and Carthage continues to fascinate us, not least because it represents a turning point in world history. Had Hannibal received the reinforcements he needed after Cannae, or had the Carthaginian navy decisively defeated Rome at sea, the Mediterranean might have developed under Punic rather than Roman influence. Western civilization would have inherited more from Phoenician and Near Eastern traditions, less from Greco-Roman ones. The Latin language might never have dominated Europe, replaced perhaps by Punic or Greek. Monotheistic religions might have evolved differently under the influence of Semitic, rather than Roman religious concepts. As we contemplate these alternate possibilities, we're reminded that history's path is never predetermined. Carthage's story of commercial brilliance, military daring, and ultimate destruction reminds us how completely a civilization can be erased by determined enemies. Virgil, Rome's greatest poet, captured this imperial ruthlessness in his portrayal of Dido, Carthage's legendary founder, cursing Rome with her dying breath. "Rise from my bones, avenging spirit." It would be many centuries before archaeologists began the painstaking work of recovering Carthage's forgotten legacy, piecing together the story of Rome's greatest rival from the ashes of its destruction. Chapter 3: The Kurum Empire and Angkor Wat. Deep in the jungles of Cambodia, stone faces gaze serenely across a landscape dotted with towers, reservoirs, and temples half reclaimed by strangler figs and kapok trees. For centuries, these magnificent ruins lay forgotten by the outside world, their existence preserved only in local legends and the accounts of a few Chinese travelers. Yet between the 9th and 15th centuries CE, this region was home to the largest pre-industrial urban complex in the world, the heart of the mighty Kuruam Empire that dominated Southeast Asia from its capital at Angkor. The origins of the Kuruam civilization can be traced to the early centuries CE, when the region known as Funen flourished along the Mekong Delta. This Indianized kingdom, likely populated by ancestors of the Kuruam people, absorbed profound cultural influences from the subcontinent, Sanskrit language, Hindu and Buddhist religious concepts, artistic styles, and political models. By the 6th century, Funen had been absorbed by another Indianized state called Chenla, centered in the Mekong River Valley and the Tonlo Sap Lake region of what is now Cambodia. The true rise of Kuruam power began in 802 CE, when a ruler named Jayavarman II conducted a ritual on Mount Kurulan, declaring himself Chakravartin, a universal monarch, and establishing independence from Java, which may refer to the Srivijaya Empire based in Sumatra. This ceremony, involving the creation of a sacred lingam, a phallic symbol representing the Hindu god Shiva, established the Devaraja or god-king cult that would become central to Kuruam royal authority. The king was now not merely a political ruler, but a divine link between humanity and the cosmic order. Jayavarman II's successors consolidated control over the fertile plains around Tonlo Sap Lake, establishing a series of capitals before Yasovarmana founded Angkor as the permanent center of the empire around 900 CE. The name Angkor derives from the Sanskrit word Nagara, meaning city, emphasizing its cosmopolitan sophistication and Indian cultural influences. What made Angkor truly remarkable was its hydraulic engineering. The Kuruam developed an intricate water management system unparalleled in the pre-modern world. They constructed massive reservoirs called barrays, the largest measuring 8 kilometers by 2.2 kilometers, holding millions of cubic meters of water. These were connected to a network of canals, moats, and smaller reservoirs that controlled flooding during the monsoon season and provided irrigation during the dry months. This system allowed the Khmer to cultivate multiple rice crops annually, supporting a population that may have reached 1 million people at Angkor alone, a demographic scale unmatched in a non-urban environment until the Industrial Revolution. The grandeur of Khmer architecture reached its zenith under Suryavarman II, who ruled from 1113 to around 1150 CE. This monarch commissioned Angkor Wat, the most magnificent temple in the empire, dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu. The structure represents Mount Meru, the mythical home of the gods in Hindu cosmology, with 5 central towers symbolizing the mountain's peaks and the surrounding moat representing the cosmic ocean. Oriented toward the west, the direction associated with Vishnu, the temple complex covers nearly 500 acres, making it one of the largest religious monuments ever built. The carved reliefs that adorn Angkor Wat's walls provide invaluable insights into Khmer society. These intricate stone friezes, stretching for nearly a kilometer, depict mythological scenes, historical events, and everyday life. We can see royal processions with nobles carried on palanquins, soldiers marching with weapons and standards, dancers performing sacred rituals, and commoners going about their daily tasks. Both men and women are shown with bare upper bodies, wearing sampot sarong-like garments and elaborate jewelry, with hairstyles indicating social status. While Suryavarman II carved his legacy in stone, his empire extended its influence through military conquests and diplomatic alliances. At its height, the Khmer Empire encompassed much of modern Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, and southern Vietnam. Unlike some ancient empires that relied on direct administrative control, the Khmer developed a system of ritual sovereignty. Provincial centers were governed by local elites who participated in the imperial cult, sent tribute to Angkor, and adopted Khmer cultural forms while maintaining considerable autonomy in day-to-day affairs. The empire reached another peak under Jayavarman VII, who ruled from 1181 to around 1218 CE. Unlike his predecessors who favored Hinduism, Jayavarman VII embraced Mahayana Buddhism, fundamentally shifting the ideological basis of royal power. Where previous kings had embodied the majesty of Shiva or Vishnu, Jayavarman VII portrayed himself as a bodhisattva, an enlightened being who delays entry into nirvana to help others achieve liberation. This religious transformation manifested in an unprecedented building program that included hospitals, rest houses for travelers, and numerous Buddhist temples. His most significant architectural achievement was the Bayon, a temple mountain at the center of his new capital, Angkor Thom, famous for its 216 gigantic stone faces, possibly depicting the king, himself merged with the image of the compassionate bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. The Bayon represents the climax of Khmer architectural innovation. Unlike previous temples built primarily to honor the gods and house royal lingams, the Bayon and other structures from Jayavarman VII's reign exhibit a more populist religious sensibility, emphasizing compassion and universal salvation. The sheer scale of Jayavarman VII's construction projects, however, may have contributed to the empire's eventual decline. The demands placed on the population to build and maintain these massive monuments, combined with the cost of his military campaigns, likely strained the economic resources of the state. Though later rulers would continue embellishing Angkor's temples and building new ones, none matched the ambition of Jayavarman VII's vision. By the late 13th century, two significant changes began affecting the Khmer Empire. First, Theravada Buddhism, with its emphasis on individual spiritual discipline and rejection of elaborate rituals, gradually replaced both Hinduism and Mahayana Buddhism as the dominant religion among both elites and commoners. This religious shift undermined the ideological foundations of the Devaraja cult, challenging the divine status of kings. Second, maritime trade was becoming increasingly important in Southeast Asia, advantaging coastal states like Ayutthaya in Thailand over inland powers like the Khmer. The exact circumstances of Angkor's decline remain debated among scholars. Traditional explanations focused on the city's conquest by the Thai kingdom of Ayutthaya in 1431, which certainly dealt a significant blow. However, archaeological evidence suggests a more gradual process had begun earlier. Climate studies reveal a series of droughts and floods in the 14th and 15th centuries that may have compromised the hydraulic infrastructure on which Angkor's agricultural productivity depended. As the complex water management system deteriorated, the city's ability to support its large population would have diminished. Rather than a dramatic collapse, Angkor likely experienced a gradual dispersal of population and political authority. The Khmer monarchy relocated several times in the following centuries, eventually establishing a new capital at Phnom Penh, closer to the Mekong River and better positioned for maritime trade. Though diminished in territorial extent and international influence, the Khmer cultural identity and political tradition continued, maintaining enough vitality that when French colonizers arrived in the 19th century, they found an intact Khmer kingdom, albeit one that had long since fallen from the heights of Angkorian glory. Angkor itself was never completely abandoned, as Buddhist monks maintained some temples as active religious sites, yet the vast majority of structures were gradually enveloped by the jungle. Western awareness of Angkor began with the visit of Portuguese friars in the 16th century, but it was French naturalist Henri Mouhot's published accounts in the 1860s that brought the site to widespread international attention. Since then, extensive restoration efforts have reclaimed many structures from the encroaching forest, though conservators now recognize that the relationship between the temples and the surrounding ecosystem requires a balanced approach. Today, tourists from around the world marvel at Angkor's splendor, struggling to comprehend how such monumental architecture could have been created with pre-industrial technology. The site stands as a testament to the sophisticated culture that flourished in medieval Southeast Asia, one whose artistic and engineering achievements rival those of any ancient civilization. In the serene stone faces of the Bayon and the celestial dancers carved on temple walls, we glimpse the enduring legacy of the Khmer Empire, a legacy that continues to shape Cambodian national identity to this day. Chapter 4: The Kingdom of Kush, Nubian Pharaohs. Along the serpentine path of the Nile River, south of Egypt's mighty cataracts where waters churn and foam over granite barriers, an African civilization rose to power that would eventually conquer the land of the pharaohs themselves. The Kingdom of Kush, centered in what is now northern Sudan, represents one of Africa's most formidable yet underappreciated ancient states, a society that maintained its independence for nearly 3,000 years, and at its height, ruled over Egypt as the 25th dynasty of Black Pharaohs. The origins of Kushite civilization can be traced to the cultures that developed in Nubia, the region stretching from Aswan in southern Egypt to Khartoum in central Sudan, as early as 8000 BCE. By the 4th millennium BCE, These Nubian societies had established complex settlements, developed sophisticated ceramics, and engaged in cattle pastoralism alongside agriculture. They had also begun trading with Egypt, exchanging gold, ivory, ebony, incense, and exotic animal products for Egyptian-manufactured goods. The first documented Kushite state emerged around 2500 BCE, known to Egyptians as the Land of Yam, centered in the fertile region between the Nile's third and fourth cataracts. Archaeological evidence reveals that these early Kushites developed their own distinctive cultural traditions, while selectively adopting and adapting elements from their powerful northern neighbor. Their material culture included unique pottery styles, architectural preferences, and burial customs that reflected a society with clear social hierarchies and specialized craft production. The relationship between Egypt and Kush fluctuated between periods of trade, diplomatic exchange, and outright conflict. During the Egyptian Middle Kingdom, c. 2055 to 1650 BCE, pharaohs established a series of massive fortresses along the southern frontier to control trade and deter Kushite raids. The most impressive of these at Bern featured walls 10 meters high with towers and bastions resembling medieval castles built thousands of years later. During Egypt's Second Intermediate Period, c. 1650 to 1550 BCE, when the Hyksos controlled northern Egypt, Kushite power expanded northward. The Kingdom of Khmer, named after its capital city, emerged as the dominant state in Upper Nubia, wealthy enough to construct monumental structures including the Western Defufa, a massive mud brick temple that still rises 18 meters above the desert floor. Khmer's rulers were buried in large tumuli, circular burial mounds accompanied by hundreds of sacrificed retainers, demonstrating both their power and the distinct cultural practices that separated them from Egyptian traditions. The resurgent Egyptian New Kingdom, c. 1550 to 1070 BCE, brought Kushite independence to a temporary halt. Under warrior pharaohs like Thutmose III, Egypt conquered Nubia as far south as the Fourth Cataract, incorporating it as the province of Kush, administered by a viceroy called the King's Son of Kush. For nearly 500 years, Egyptian cultural influence penetrated deep into Nubia, with temples built to Egyptian gods, administrative documents written in Egyptian hieroglyphs, and local elites adopting Egyptian fashions and burial practices. Yet despite this apparent cultural colonization, Nubian identity persisted. Archaeological evidence shows that local traditions continued alongside Egyptian imports, particularly in domestic contexts and among common people. This cultural resilience would prove crucial when Egyptian power began to wane during the Third Intermediate Period, c. 1070-664 BCE. As Egypt fragmented into competing states, a new indigenous Kushite kingdom emerged centered at Napata, near the sacred mountain of Jebel Barkal. The Nabataean period of Kushite history represented a fascinating cultural synthesis. Kushite rulers legitimized their authority through devotion to the Egyptian god Amun, whose cult center at Jebel Barkal was believed to be the god's southern home. They adopted Egyptian royal symbols and titles while maintaining distinctive Kushite elements in their regalia, such as double Uraei cobra symbols on their crowns and prominent ram's head amulets. Their pyramids, steeper and smaller than the classic Egyptian examples, contained burial chambers with both Egyptian and indigenous elements. The most remarkable chapter in Kushite history began around 750 BCE, when King Kashta of Napata launched a northward expansion that would eventually lead to the conquest of all Egypt. His son Pi, also called Pienki, completed the conquest, defeating a coalition of Delta princes to establish what Egyptologists call the 25th dynasty. In a monumental stela commemorating his victory, Pi presents himself as the restorer of proper religious observance and traditional Egyptian values, while demonstrating a distinctly Kushite affinity for horses, ordering that the defeated princes' neglected stables be tended before he would even meet with them. For nearly a century, Kushite pharaohs ruled from both Napata and Memphis, launching a remarkable period of cultural and architectural revival in Egypt. Shabaka, Shibitku, Taharka, and Tantamani, the Nubian pharaohs, restored ancient monuments, built new temples, and revived artistic traditions that had begun to fade during Egypt's fragmented period. They saw themselves not as foreign conquerors but as legitimate holders of pharaonic authority, chosen by Amun to restore proper cosmic order now to a land that had strayed from its traditional values. Taharqa, the dynasty's most illustrious ruler, controlled territory from the Nile Delta to the confluence of the Blue and White Niles near modern Khartoum, the largest Egyptian empire since the New Kingdom, a half-millennium earlier. His building projects included additions to the Temple of Amun at Karnak, a colonnade at the Temple of Amun at Jebel Barkal, and numerous other structures throughout the unified kingdom. Reliefs and statuary from his reign show a ruler confidently synthesizing both Egyptian and Kushite attributes, sometimes depicted with the classically Egyptian profile and regalia, other times showing distinctively Nubian features and cultural elements. The Kushite pharaohs' involvement in Near Eastern politics ultimately triggered their fall from power in Egypt. When they supported local kingdoms against the expanding Assyrian Empire, the Assyrian king Esarhaddon invaded Egypt in 671 BCE. After several campaigns, the Assyrians pushed the Kushites south, and by 656 BCE, the Nubian pharaohs had been forced to retreat beyond the First Cataract, ending their control of Egypt. This retreat, however, did not end Kushite civilization. Instead, the kingdom entered a new phase, eventually shifting its capital from Napata to Meroe, located between the 5th and 6th cataracts of the Nile, in the region where the river makes a great bend through the Butana Desert. The move may have been motivated by strategic concerns, placing the capital further from potential Egyptian or Assyrian invasion, or by economic factors, as Meroe was located near important ironworking centers and trade routes. The Meroitic period, c. 300 CE, saw the Kushite kingdom evolve into an even more distinctive African civilization. While maintaining some Egyptian elements, particularly in royal and religious iconography, Meroitic culture developed increasingly unique characteristics. The Kushites created their own alphabetic writing system to replace Egyptian hieroglyphs, better suited to their indigenous language. Religious practices incorporated more local deities such as the lion god Apedemak. Alongside Egyptian imports like Amun, artistic representations began showing rulers and elites with distinctly Nubian features and garments, including elaborate beaded jewelry, colorful textiles, and characteristic caps and headdresses. Meroe's economy rested on a combination of agriculture, livestock breeding, trade, and iron production. The city's location near both timber resources and iron ore deposits made it a significant center of metallurgy, with numerous slag heaps from iron smelting still visible in the archaeological record. Meroitic control of trade routes between sub-Saharan Africa, the Red Sea, and Egypt allowed the kingdom to prosper as an intermediary for goods, including gold, ivory, exotic animals, and slaves. The political organization of Meroe appears to have differed in important ways from traditional Egyptian models. While kingship remained central, inscriptions and iconography suggest queens and queen mothers, given the title Kandake, Latinized as Candace, played unusually prominent roles in governance. Several of these powerful women led armies against foreign invaders, including the Kandake, who negotiated with Augustus Caesar's forces around 21 BCE, impressing Roman observers with her formidable character. Meroe's international connections were wide-ranging. Archaeological evidence shows contact with Hellenistic and Roman Egypt, Axum in Ethiopia, Arabia, and possibly India. Imported luxury goods included Mediterranean wines, fine pottery, and textiles. These external influences appeared in Meroitic art and architecture, which combined Egyptian, Hellenistic, and indigenous African elements into a distinctive style. The famous treasure of Queen Amenhotep, discovered in 1834 in her pyramid at Meroe, included jewelry, showing this multicultural artistic fusion, with pieces incorporating Egyptian symbols, Hellenistic craftsmanship, and African aesthetic preferences. The decline of Meroe remains somewhat enigmatic. Environmental factors may have played a role, as overuse of timber for iron production could have led to deforestation and agricultural challenges. Political pressure from the rising kingdom of Axum to the southeast likely contributed, with an Axumite inscription from around 350 CE claiming victory over Meroe. Internal political instability may also have weakened the state. By the 4th century CE, the once mighty kingdom had fragmented, with power shifting to several post-Meroitic successor states. The legacy of Kush extends far beyond its physical monuments. Its lengthy civilization demonstrates the capacity of African societies to develop complex political systems, technological innovations, and cultural achievements, independent of outside dominance. The Kushite occupation of Egypt challenges simplistic narratives about the flow of cultural influence in the ancient world, showing how power and prestige could move from south to north rather than always from north to south. Modern Sudan embraces its Kushite heritage as an essential element of national identity. The pyramids at Meroe, the ram-headed sphinxes at Jebel Barkal, and the massive temples at Napata serve as powerful reminders of Africa's monumental architectural traditions. Yet much of Kush's story remains to be told, with ongoing archaeological work continuing to reveal new dimensions of this remarkable civilization that once dominated the Middle Nile Valley and beyond, leaving an indelible mark on the history of not only Africa, but the entire ancient world. Chapter 5. The Nabataeans and the Rose City of Petra. Hidden within the rugged sandstone mountains of southern Jordan lies a city literally carved from living rock, its rose-coloured facades emerging from narrow canyons to stun visitors with their unexpected grandeur. This is Petra, the legendary capital of the Nabataean kingdom, whose merchants once controlled vast trade networks spanning from Arabia to the Mediterranean. For centuries, this remarkable site remained hidden from Western knowledge, known only to local Bedouin tribes who kept its secrets. Petra stands as one of the world's most dramatic archaeological treasures, offering tantalizing glimpses into a sophisticated civilization that thrived in one of Earth's most unforgiving environments. The Nabataeans first emerge in historical records around the 4th century BCE as a nomadic Arab tribe from northwestern Arabia. Greek sources describe them as skilled warriors and resourceful desert dwellers who initially made their living as raiders, attacking merchant caravans traversing the valuable trade routes between southern Arabia and Mediterranean ports. These early accounts portray the Nabataeans as fiercely independent people who rejected urban lifestyles, agriculture, and even permanent houses, living instead in tents and moving with their herds through the arid landscapes they knew intimately. This nomadic existence gave the Nabataeans unparalleled knowledge of desert survival skills. They developed sophisticated techniques for water harvesting and conservation, including the creation of hidden cisterns, dams, and conduits that collected and stored the region's scarce rainfall. They could locate underground water sources, invisible to outsiders, and defended their water assets zealously. When the Seleucid ruler Antigonus Monophalmus attempted to conquer them around 312 BCE, the Nabataeans used their superior desert knowledge to devastating effect, disappearing into remote areas with hidden water sources while filling accessible wells with sand. Yet within a few generations, these same people transformed themselves from raiders into international merchants. Recognizing that controlling trade was more profitable than disrupting it, the Nabataeans established themselves as middlemen for the lucrative incense trade. Frankincense and myrrh, aromatic resins used in religious ceremonies throughout the ancient world, came primarily from southern Arabia, modern Yemen, and Oman. The Nabataeans secured key points along the routes these precious commodities traveled, developing Petra as their central hub. They expanded their commercial activities to include spices from India, silks from China, African ivory, Egyptian grain, and Gaza wines, among countless other goods. This economic transformation catalyzed profound cultural and political changes. By the late 2nd century BCE, the Nabataeans had established a full-fledged kingdom with hereditary monarchs, a centralized administration, and diplomatic relations with neighboring powers. Their once mobile society developed increasingly urban characteristics, with Petra evolving from a secure caravan stop into a magnificent capital city. They developed a distinctive architectural style, created a standardized script for their Arabic language, minted their own currency, and produced sophisticated pottery, metalwork, and other crafts. Petra's development reflects this remarkable evolution. The city's location was strategically brilliant, nestled in a valley protected by nearly impenetrable mountain barriers, accessible primarily through the Sikh, a narrow gorge over a kilometre long with walls rising up to 180 metres. This dramatic entrance provided natural defence while also creating an unforgettable psychological impact on visitors, who would emerge from the confined passage to be suddenly confronted with the magnificent facade of Al-Khazneh, the treasury, Petra's most iconic structure. Beyond this famous facade lies an entire city carved into the multicoloured sandstone. The Nabataeans created hundreds of tombs, temples, a theatre that could seat 8,500 spectators, monumental gates, colonnaded streets, marketplaces, and ordinary dwellings. Many structures combined Western classical elements, columns, pediments, and architectural orders inspired by Hellenistic and Roman models, with distinctively Nabataean features like split pediments, crow steps, and stylized funerary symbols. This architectural syncretism reflects the Nabataeans' remarkable ability to incorporate foreign influences while maintaining their own cultural identity. Even more impressive than these monumental facades was the city's sophisticated infrastructure. The Nabataeans engineered an elaborate water management system that transformed an arid location into a desert paradise. They built dams to control flash floods, channeled water through ceramic pipes into cisterns that could hold millions of gallons, and created pressure systems to deliver water uphill. This hydrological mastery allowed them to maintain gardens, baths, and fountains in a harsh environment where survival itself was a challenge for less resourceful societies. Nabataean religion evolved alongside their society, though much about their spiritual beliefs remains obscure due to limited textual evidence. Their principal deity was Dushara, associated with mountains, and possibly the sun, often represented by simple stone blocks or beetles rather than anthropomorphic statues. His female counterpart, Al-Uzza, may have been associated with fertility and water. The Nabataeans practiced ritual feasting at sacred sites called triclinia, rock-cut dining halls, where communal meals strengthened social bonds. As their international contacts expanded, they incorporated elements of Greco-Roman and Egyptian religious traditions, creating a syncretic pantheon that reflected their cosmopolitan commercial connections. The nature of Nabataean political organization under their kings remains partially obscured by limited sources. We know the names of several rulers beginning with Aretas the Sun in the late 2nd century BCE, later kings like Aretas IV 9 BCE 40 CE, who took the epithet, "He who loves his people," presided over Petra's Golden Age, when its population may have reached 20,000 to 30,000. Inscriptions suggest the monarchy was supported by a council of elders or tribal leaders, maintaining elements of their earlier social organization within an increasingly centralized state structure. Their relationship with Rome defined much of later Nabataean history, initially maintaining independence through a combination of diplomacy, strategic alliances, and occasional tribute payments. The Nabataeans managed to preserve their autonomy longer than many neighboring states. They supported Pompey against the Hasmonean Jews in 63 BCE, and later allied with Rome against the Parthians. This pragmatic approach allowed them to continue prospering under nominal Roman influence, while avoiding direct conquest. The social organization of Nabataean society appears to have been less rigidly hierarchical than many contemporary civilizations. Women enjoyed relatively high status, with the right to own property independently, initiate divorce, and even rule. Nabataean queens were often named alongside kings in official inscriptions and on coinage, suggesting they held significant authority. Slaves existed in Nabataean society but could own property and purchase their freedom. Merchants formed a prominent social class, their wealth translating into political influence and cultural patronage. Economically, the Nabataeans displayed remarkable diversification. Beyond their famous role in the incense trade, they developed extensive agricultural systems in seemingly inhospitable environments. Using terracing, water management, and carefully selected crops, they transformed marginal lands into productive farms. They extracted valuable minerals, including copper and bitumen from the Dead Sea, which was used for waterproofing ships. Their craftspeople produced distinctive thin-walled painted pottery, so fine it resembled eggshell, exported throughout the region and imitated by others. The decline of the Nabataean kingdom came gradually. Changing trade patterns, particularly Rome's development of direct sea routes to India and Arabia that bypassed the traditional overland routes, diminished Petra's commercial importance. In 106 CE, following the death of the last Nabataean king Rabel II, the Emperor Trajan annexed the kingdom, creating the Roman province of Arabia Petraea. This annexation appears to have been relatively peaceful, perhaps negotiated in advance, but marked the end of Nabataean political independence. Under Roman rule, Petra initially continued to flourish, with new construction including a colonnaded street and expanded public buildings. However, the city's importance gradually diminished as trade shifted to other routes and centers. A devastating earthquake in 363 CE damaged much of the city, and while some rebuilding occurred, Petra never fully recovered. By the Byzantine period, the city had shrunk considerably, though it remained a Christian center with several churches constructed during this era. The Arab conquest in the 7th century CE further diminished Petra's significance, and the city was largely abandoned by the end of the 8th century. For nearly a millennium, it remained known only to local Bedouin tribes, occasionally mentioned in medieval Arabic sources, but forgotten by the wider world. In 1812, Swiss explorer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, disguised as a Muslim pilgrim, rediscovered the site for Western knowledge, beginning the process of archaeological investigation that continues to this day. Recent research has expanded our understanding of the Nabataeans beyond Petra itself. Archaeological work at other Nabataean centers like Hagra, Madain Salih in Saudi Arabia, Humaima and Sabra in Jordan, and numerous smaller sites has revealed the extent of their territorial control and cultural influence. Satellite imagery and ground surveys have mapped extensive Nabataean hydrological systems across harsh landscapes, demonstrating environmental engineering skills far beyond what earlier scholars recognized. The legacy of the Nabataeans extends beyond their spectacular monuments. Their water management techniques, particularly their methods for harvesting and storing rainfall in arid environments, offer potential insights for modern sustainable development in similar regions. Their successful adaptation to challenging environmental conditions through technological innovation, their ability to transform from pastoral nomads to cosmopolitan merchants, and their skill at navigating complex political relationships with larger empires all represent remarkable achievements. Perhaps most significantly, the Nabataeans demonstrate how a culture positioned at the intersection of major civilizations can selectively adapt external influences while maintaining their own distinct identity. Their architecture borrowed from Hellenistic, Roman, and Egyptian traditions yet remained unmistakably Nabataean. Their religious practices incorporated foreign elements while preserving indigenous beliefs. Their language remained Arabic even as they used Aramaic and Greek for international communication. This cultural flexibility and adaptability lies a lesson about how societies can engage with globalization without losing their essential character. A lesson as relevant today as it was 2,000 years ago. As the rose-colored walls of Petra catch the changing light of day, they continue to evoke wonder not just for their beauty, but for what they represent. The remarkable civilization of desert merchants who transformed barren wilderness into one of antiquity's most sophisticated urban environments, leaving an enduring legacy carved in stone. Chapter 6. The Etruscans. Before Rome cast its long shadow across the Mediterranean world, another sophisticated civilization dominated the Italian peninsula. The Etruscans, masters of metallurgy, creators of sumptuous art and engineers of impressive cities, established a culture so influential that even as their political independence faded, their customs, religious practices, and architectural innovations were absorbed by their Roman conquerors. Though their language remains only partially deciphered and much of their literature has been lost, the archaeological record reveals a people of remarkable accomplishment whose legacy continues to emerge from the soil of modern Tuscany, the region that bears their name. The origins of the Etruscans have long been debated. Ancient Greek historians like Herodotus claimed they migrated from Lydia in western Anatolia, while others suggested they were indigenous to Italy. Modern genetic and linguistic studies indicate a complex picture. The Etruscan population likely combined local Italian elements with some Eastern Mediterranean influences. What is clear is that by the 8th century BCE, a distinctive Etruscan culture had emerged in the region they called Ravenna, bounded by the Arno River to the north, the Tiber to the south, and extending from the Tyrrhenian coast inland toward the Apennine Mountains. This territory was blessed with natural advantages that the Etruscans skillfully exploited. Rich deposits of copper, iron, tin, lead, and silver fueled a metallurgical industry renowned throughout the Mediterranean. Fertile plains supported extensive agriculture, while dense forests provided timber for construction and shipbuilding. The landscape was dotted with defensible hills, upon which the Etruscans built their distinctive cities, and navigable rivers facilitated both internal communication and access to maritime trade routes. The political organization of Etruscan civilization centered around city-states, resembling the Greek polis system, but with important differences. 12 principal cities, including Veii, Tarquinia, Cerveteri, Volsi, and Chiaci, formed a loose confederation called the Etruscan League. They shared religious festivals, occasionally cooperated militarily, but maintained political independence from one another. Unlike the democratic experiments of some Greek cities, Etruscan states were governed primarily by aristocratic families. Early rule by kings, lucumens, gradually gave way to oligarchic republics, led by elected magistrates drawn from noble houses. Etruscan urban planning displayed sophisticated engineering and religious concepts. Cities were laid out according to ritual principles, with streets often aligned to cardinal directions and space carefully divided between sacred, public, and private zones. Massive walls of stone blocks protected these urban centres, with elaborate gates serving as both defensive structures and symbols of civic pride. The Romans later adopted many Etruscan architectural techniques, including the distinctive arch, a feature that would become emblematic of Roman engineering but was perfected first by Etruscan builders. The countryside surrounding these cities supported a complex agricultural economy. The Etruscans drained marshlands, terraced hillsides, and implemented crop rotation to maximize productivity. Large estates owned by aristocratic families were worked by a combination of slaves, clients, and tenant farmers. These agricultural innovations, along with extensive garden cultivation, produced the surplus wealth that supported Etruscan urban culture, religious institutions, and artistic patronage. Trade formed another pillar of Etruscan prosperity. Their merchants established commercial networks reaching across the Mediterranean, exchanging metal goods, wine, olive oil, and ceramics for luxury items from Greece, Egypt, and the Near East. Etruscan ships, depicted in tomb paintings and as bronze models, patrolled the Tyrrhenian Sea, sometimes engaging in piracy alongside legitimate commerce. Their control of central Italian trade routes and metal resources made them formidable economic competitors to Greek colonies in southern Italy and Sicily, leading to periodic naval conflicts. Etruscan religious life was characterized by elaborate rituals and a strong belief in divine signs. Priests specialized in divination, interpreting the will of the gods through examining lightning, the flight patterns of birds, and most famously, the livers of sacrificed animals. Bronze models of sheep livers divided into sections, each associated with particular deities, served as teaching tools for these haruspices. The Romans later adopted these Etruscan religious practices wholesale, acknowledging their spiritual authority by importing Etruscan specialists for centuries after conquering their cities. The Etruscan pantheon included deities that were roughly equivalent to Greek and Roman gods, but with distinctive attributes and names. Tinia, Jupiter, Sales, Uni, Juno, Hera, and Menrova, Minerva, Sathina formed a supreme triad. Their temples, constructed primarily of wood with terracotta decorations rather than stone like their Greek counterparts, featured elaborate sculptural programs and distinctive architectural elements, including a deep porch with columns and multiple cella inner chambers for different deities. Perhaps no aspect of Etruscan civilization has captivated modern imagination more than their attitude toward death and the afterlife. Elaborate tomb complexes, particularly those near Tarquinia and Cerveteri, provide our richest source of information about Etruscan life. Unlike the somber Greek underworld, Etruscan tomb paintings often depict joyous banquets, hunting scenes, athletic competitions, and musical performances, suggesting belief in a pleasant afterlife where earthly pleasures continued. These necropolises, the cities of the dead, mimic the layout of actual towns, with streets, neighborhoods, and house-like tombs that reflected the status and wealth of the deceased. The magnificent artifacts found within these tombs reveal the sophisticated aesthetic sensibilities of Etruscan culture. Sarcophagi often featured vivid portrait sculptures of the deceased reclining on the lid, portrayed as eternally youthful and frequently shown as couples, with husband and wife depicted in affectionate poses that suggest a more equal social partnership than was common in neighboring societies. The Etruscans excelled in metalwork, producing intricate gold jewelry using granulation techniques, so refined that they could solder gold particles as small as 0.14 millimeters to create detailed designs. Their bronze mirrors, decorated with mythological scenes and surrounded by elaborate borders, combined practical function with artistic beauty. Etruscan society appears to have granted women higher status than most ancient Mediterranean cultures. Tomb paintings show women participating in banquets alongside men, reclining rather than sitting, wearing fine jewelry, and drinking wine, activities that would have scandalized Greeks who relegated women to separate quarters. Inscriptions indicate that Etruscan women maintained their own family names after marriage and could own property independently. Some female figures, like the legendary Tanaquil, were credited with significant political influence, though the actual extent of women's public authority remains debated among scholars. The written legacy of the Etruscans remains one of the most tantalizing aspects of their civilization. Their language, unrelated to Indo-European tongues like Latin or Greek, has been only partially deciphered through thousands of short inscriptions. Though the alphabet was adapted from Greek models, the grammar and vocabulary remain enigmatic. We know the Etruscans produced extensive religious texts, histories, and poetry, but these survive only in fragments or through Roman references. This linguistic isolation may have contributed to the gradual absorption of Etruscan culture, as bilingualism increasingly favoured Latin over their native tongue. At their height in the 6th century BCE, Etruscan influence extended northward into the Pobs Valley and southward to Campania around Naples. They briefly controlled Rome itself, where the Tarquin dynasty of Etruscan kings introduced monumental architecture, urban drainage systems including the famous Cloaca Maxima, and religious institutions that would endure long after their overthrow. The Servian wall that protected Republican Rome was built using Etruscan engineering techniques, and the iconic Roman toga was adapted from Etruscan clothing styles. The decline of Etruscan power came gradually, through a combination of external pressure and internal changes. Celtic invasions from the north, Greek competition in maritime trade, and the rising power of Rome increasingly constrained Etruscan territory. The Roman Republic, after expelling its Etruscan kings around 509 BCE, began a long series of wars against nearby Etruscan cities. Veii fell after a 10-year siege in 396 BCE, providing Rome with critical territory for expansion. Other cities maintained independence longer by allying with Rome's enemies, particularly during Hannibal's invasion of Italy, but this strategy ultimately failed. By 90 BCE, following the Social War, all remaining Etruscan communities had been incorporated into the Roman state and granted Roman citizenship. While this political absorption ended Etruscan independence, it did not immediately erase their cultural identity. Etruscan religious specialists continued practicing their traditional arts under Roman patronage, and families maintained their language and customs for generations, particularly in more isolated areas. Emperor Claudius in the 1st century CE could still compose a 20-volume history of the Etruscans now lost, suggesting significant source material remained available in his time. The gradual fading of Etruscan cultural distinctiveness left their achievements somewhat obscured in historical memory. Renaissance Italians rediscovered Etruscan artifacts with fascination, sometimes incorporating them into fanciful theories about ancient Italy. Only in the 19th and 20th centuries did systematic archaeology begin revealing the true extent and sophistication of Etruscan civilization, a process that continues today with new technologies allowing archaeologists to discover previously unknown settlements, ritual sites, and artistic works. The Etruscan legacy lives on most visibly in the stunning artifacts displayed in museums throughout Tuscany and beyond. The Apollo of Veii with its enigmatic smile, the Chimera of Arezzo combining lion, goat, and serpent in a masterpiece of bronze casting, and the thousands of tomb paintings that provide unparalleled glimpses into ancient Italian life. But their influence extends into less obvious aspects of Western culture as well. Roman architectural achievements, from the Colosseum to the great domes of the Renaissance, evolved from Etruscan engineering innovations. Modern Italian cultural traditions, from Tuscan cuisine to carnival celebrations, contain elements that can be traced to Etruscan practices. Perhaps most importantly, the Etruscan chapter in Mediterranean history reminds us that Rome's eventual dominance was not inevitable. An alternative vision of civilization flourished on Italian soil, one that valued commerce over conquest, religious ritual over legal codification, and artistic expression over military discipline. Though ultimately absorbed by Rome's expansion, this distinctive culture helped shape the empire that conquered it, contributing essential elements to the classical tradition that would define Western civilization for centuries to come. Chapter 7. The Minoan Civilization, Europe's first advanced society. On the Mediterranean island of Crete, Over 4,000 years ago, Europe's first advanced civilization emerged from the fertile meeting of indigenous development and external influences. The Minoans, named by modern archaeologists after the legendary King Minos, created a sophisticated society characterized by magnificent palaces, intricate artwork, long-distance trade networks, and seemingly peaceful prosperity. For nearly a millennium, their distinctive culture flourished, only to collapse dramatically in the face of natural disasters and external pressures. Their rediscovery in the early 20th century transformed our understanding of European prehistory and continues to challenge assumptions about the development of Western civilization. The origins of Minoan society can be traced to the Neolithic farming communities that developed on Crete from approximately 7000 BCE. These early settlers cultivated wheat, barley, and legumes, raised sheep and goats, and established permanent villages. By the early Bronze Age, around 3000 BCE, the population had increased substantially, metallurgy had been introduced, and clear signs of social stratification appeared in burial practices. Contacts with more advanced civilizations in Egypt and the Near East brought new technologies, artistic influences, and perhaps administrative concepts. The true flowering of Minoan civilization began around 2000 BCE with the construction of the first palaces, monumental buildings that served as administrative, economic, religious, and artistic centers. The most famous of these, at Knossos, covered over 5 acres with hundreds of rooms arranged around a central courtyard. Other major palaces were built at Phaistos, Malea, and Zakros, with smaller centers established throughout the island. Unlike the heavily fortified citadels of contemporaneous Mycenaean Greece or Near Eastern cities, these palaces lacked defensive walls, suggesting a society that either faced limited external threats or organized its defense differently. The architecture of these complexes reflects both sophisticated engineering and aesthetic sensibility. Multi-story structures incorporated light wells, elaborate drainage systems, and what may have been the world's first true flush toilets. Columns, uniquely tapered to be wider at the top than the bottom, the opposite of Greek practice, supported airy rooms decorated with vibrant frescoes. The palace designs appear organic rather than rigidly geometric, with rooms added as needed, creating labyrinthine complexes that may have inspired the Greek legend of the Minotaur's labyrinth. Minoan economic organizations centered around these palaces, which functioned as collection and redistribution centers for agricultural products. Storerooms held hundreds of enormous ceramic pithoi storage jars containing olive oil, wine, grain, and other commodities. Administrative records were kept using 2 writing systems, Cretan hieroglyphic and later Linear A, both of which remain largely undeciphered, though we can interpret some accounting documents based on context and numerical notations. This inability to read Minoan texts significantly limits our understanding of their society, forcing scholars to rely heavily on archaeological evidence and artistic representations. The agricultural foundation of Minoan prosperity rested on what scholars call the Mediterranean triad: olives, grapes, and grain, supplemented by legumes, figs, honey, and animal products. Innovative terracing techniques allowed farming on Crete's mountainous landscape, while careful water management addressed the island's variable rainfall. Beyond agriculture, specialized crafts flourished under palace patronage, including pottery, textile production, metalworking, and stone carving. The famous marine-style ceramics, depicting octopi and other sea creatures with naturalistic vitality, represent the peak of Minoan pottery, while their delicate gold jewelry demonstrates masterful metalworking techniques. Maritime trade formed another cornerstone of Minoan prosperity. Their ships, known from artistic depictions rather than archaeological remains, connected Crete to Egypt, the Levant, Anatolia, and mainland Greece. The Minoans exported timber, textiles, ceramics, and agricultural products in exchange for raw materials like copper, tin, ivory, and gold, as well as luxury goods and exotic commodities. This commercial network may have been supported by a Minoan thalassocracy, a sea empire controlling strategic islands and ports throughout the Aegean, though the extent of direct Minoan political control versus cultural influence remains debated. The social organization of Minoan society has been the subject of considerable speculation. Early archaeologists, particularly Sir Arthur Evans, who excavated Knossos, envisioned a centralized monarchy ruling from each palace. More recent scholarship suggests a more complex picture, perhaps involving shared authority between religious and secular leadership. The absence of obvious royal tombs or grandiose depictions of rulers, in stark contrast to Egyptian or Mesopotamian practices, may indicate a different conception of political authority, possibly one where religious function outweighed personal glorification. Minoan religion appears to have centered around female deities, though the exact nature of their pantheon remains unclear. Artistic evidence shows priestesses performing rituals involving ecstatic dance, animal sacrifice, and offerings of flowers, fruit, and precious objects. Sacred symbols included the double-axe labyrinth, bull's horns, and sacred knots. Natural sanctuaries on mountaintops and in caves supplemented built shrines within the palaces. The famous bull-leaping frescoes from Knossos, showing young athletes somersaulting over charging bulls, may represent religious ceremonies rather than mere entertainment, perhaps connected to the worshipping of bull deities. The prominent role of women in Minoan religious imagery has led some scholars to suggest a society with greater gender equality than other contemporary Mediterranean cultures. Frescoes depict richly dressed women participating in public ceremonies, sometimes in apparent positions of authority. However, without decipherable texts, it remains difficult to determine whether these artistic representations reflect actual social conditions or idealized religious concepts. The vivid Ladies in Blue fresco from Knossos, showing elegantly coiffed women with elaborate dresses revealing their breasts, has sparked particular debate about Minoan gender roles and the interpretation of their artistic conventions. Everyday life for ordinary Minoans can be glimpsed through archaeological remains of their homes and belongings. Beyond the palaces, people lived in substantial towns with paved streets and multi-story houses, equipped with remarkable amenities for the time, including plumbing, toilet facilities, and specialized activity areas. Even modest homes often contained artwork, suggesting widespread appreciation for aesthetic values. The Minoan concern for comfort and hygiene, unusual for the ancient world, implies a prosperous society where basic needs were adequately met for a substantial portion of the population. The dramatic collapse of Minoan civilization began around 1600 BCE, with the cataclysmic eruption of the volcano on the nearby island of Thera, modern Santorini. This massive explosion, one of the largest in human history, would have caused devastating tsunamis, ash falls, and climate disruption across the eastern Mediterranean. Archaeological evidence shows destruction and abandonment of many Minoan sites following this event, though some palaces were rebuilt and the civilization continued in a somewhat diminished state. The final blow came around 1450 BCE, when most remaining palace centers show signs of violent destruction, likely associated with the arrival of Mycenaean Greeks from the mainland. Knossos continued functioning for some decades under apparent Mycenaean control, as evidenced by administrative records now written in Linear B, a script adapted to write an early form of Greek. By 1350 BCE, however, even Knossos had been abandoned as a palace centre, marking the definitive end of Minoan civilization, though aspects of their culture persisted in village life for generations. The legacy of Minoan civilization resonated through Greek mythology and religion. Legends of King Minos, the Minotaur, Daedalus and Icarus, and Theseus all have Cretan settings, perhaps preserving distorted memories of Minoan society. More tangibly, certain religious practices, architectural features, and artistic motifs from Minoan culture influenced early Greek civilization, providing one of the indigenous roots from which classical Greek culture would eventually emerge. The rediscovery of this remarkable civilization began in 1900, when British archaeologist Arthur Evans started excavations at Knossos. His reconstruction work, controversial by modern standards, included rebuilding portions of the palace with concrete and vividly repainting frescoes based on fragmentary evidence. While these reconstructions have been criticized for reflecting Evans' own preconceptions, they nevertheless brought the achievements of Minoan civilization vividly to public attention. Evans named this previously unknown culture Minoan after the legendary King Minos, establishing a chronological framework based on pottery styles and architectural phases that, with modifications, continues to guide our understanding today. Subsequent excavations throughout Crete have revealed dozens of additional sites, from grand palaces to humble farmsteads, providing an increasingly nuanced picture of Minoan society. Modern archaeological techniques have significantly advanced our understanding beyond Evans' romantic vision. Environmental archaeology has clarified the agricultural basis of Minoan prosperity and the impact of climate changes on their society. DNA studies of human remains offer insights into population movements and relationships. Advanced imaging techniques have revealed previously invisible details in artwork and artifacts. Perhaps most promising for future research, new computational approaches may eventually help decipher Linear A, potentially giving voice to the Minoans themselves after centuries of silence. The significance of Minoan civilization extends beyond its impressive artifacts. It represents a path of European development quite different from the militaristic, hierarchical societies that would later dominate Mediterranean history. The apparent emphasis on commerce rather than conquest, the sophisticated urban amenities, the prominence of female figures in religious imagery, and the celebration of nature in their art all suggest an alternative model of social organization. While we must be cautious about projecting modern ideals onto ancient societies, the Minoan achievement reminds us that Western civilization has diverse roots, including some that might offer different perspectives on social values and organization than those that ultimately prevailed. As visitors walk today through the reconstructed palaces of Crete, gazing at dolphins frozen in fresco mid-leap, or the graceful figures of bull leapers suspended in perpetual motion, they connect with Europe's first advanced society, one whose artistic sophistication, architectural innovation, and apparent prosperity continue to inspire wonder nearly 4 millennia after its florescence. Chapter 8. The Kingdom of Axum, Africa's trading giant. High in the rugged highlands of northern Ethiopia, among rolling hills and plateaus cut by deep river valleys, stand massive stone obelisks, some over 30 meters tall, carved from single blocks of granite and transported across impossible terrain. These monolithic stelae represent the most visible legacy of the Kingdom of Axum, an African civilization that dominated the vital trade routes between the Mediterranean world and the Indian Ocean for nearly a millennium. At its height, Axum rivaled Rome, Persia, and China as a commercial power, minted its own gold currency, developed a sophisticated writing system, and became one of the first states to officially adopt Christianity. Yet despite these achievements, Axum's story remains unfamiliar to many, overshadowed in world history by its contemporary Mediterranean and Asian empires. The origins of Axumite civilization emerged around the 4th century BCE in the highlands of what is now northern Ethiopia and Eritrea. This region, known as the Horn of Africa, occupies a strategic position between the Red Sea coast and the fertile Ethiopian interior. Archaeological evidence suggests that the foundations of Axumite culture developed through the interaction of indigenous African peoples with South Arabian immigrants from across the Red Sea, creating a distinctive synthesis that incorporated elements from both traditions while developing unique characteristics of its own. The geography of the Axumite heartland provided both challenges and advantages. The rugged, mountainous terrain created natural defenses and a healthier climate than the malarial lowlands, while relatively reliable rainfall supported productive agriculture. The rich volcanic soils yielded abundant harvests of grains like teff and barley, which formed the staple diet. Careful terracing of hillsides expanded cultivable land, while sophisticated water management systems, including dams, canals, and cisterns, helped mitigate the effects of seasonal rainfall variations. This agricultural base supported a growing population and produced surpluses that could be traded for luxury goods. The key to Axum's prosperity, however, lay in its strategic position astride vital trade routes. From its highland capital, Axum controlled access to the Red Sea port of Adulis, which connected African products to maritime networks spanning the Roman Mediterranean, the Persian Gulf, and the Indian Ocean. Through this commercial gateway flowed a remarkable variety of goods: ivory, gold, emeralds, obsidian, and slaves from the African interior, spices, silk, and precious stones from India, frankincense, and myrrh from southern Arabia, and wine, olive oil, and manufactured goods from the Roman world. By the 1st century CE, the expanding kingdom had developed a complex social and political organization. At its head stood the Negusa Nagast King of Kings, a title reflecting Axum's structure as an imperial state controlling various subordinate territories and peoples. The monarchy was supported by a sophisticated bureaucracy and a hierarchical nobility, whose titles are preserved in inscriptions. Social stratification appears to have been significant, with clear distinctions between nobles, commoners, and slaves, though the exact nature of these relationships remains somewhat obscure due to limited sources. What sets Axum apart from many ancient African states is the abundance of written records it produced. The Axumites developed a written script called Ge'ez, derived from South Arabian models but adapted to their own Semitic language, which remains the liturgical language of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church today. Royal inscriptions, carved in stone in multiple languages, Ge'ez, Greek, and South Arabian, document military campaigns, construction projects, and religious dedications. These texts, combined with archaeological evidence and mentions in foreign sources like the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, allow us to reconstruct significant aspects of Axumite history and society. Axum reached its peak of power and prosperity during the 3rd and 4th centuries CE under kings like Ezana, who ruled approximately from 320 to 360 CE. Ezana's inscriptions found on stone stelae throughout his realm record military campaigns against neighboring peoples in what is now Sudan, Eritrea, and possibly southern Arabia. These texts reveal an empire expanding through both conquest and diplomatic relations, incorporating diverse populations while imposing Axumite religious practices and political authority. The most dramatic development during Ezana's reign was Axum's conversion to Christianity around 330 CE. According to traditional accounts, a shipwrecked Syrian Christian named Frumentius educated the young king and eventually converted him to the new faith. Ezana's earlier inscriptions invoke pagan deities, but his later ones display Christian crosses and references to the Christian god, providing contemporary evidence of this pivotal transition. This made Axum one of the world's first Christian states, embracing the faith even before the Roman Empire fully accepted Christianity. The adoption of Christianity integrated Axum more closely into Mediterranean cultural and diplomatic networks, particularly with the Byzantine Empire. Churches built in the distinctive Axumite architectural style began to replace pagan temples, some constructed on the same sacred sites. Christian symbolism appeared on Axumite coins, which had been minted in gold, silver, and bronze since the 3rd century CE, the only sub-Saharan African state to produce its own currency in this period. These coins circulated widely throughout the Red Sea region and have been found as far away as India, testifying to the extent of Axumite commercial connections. The most visible manifestations of Axumite wealth and engineering skill are the massive stelae erected in the capital and other major centers. These monoliths, carved from single pieces of granite, represent multi-story buildings complete with doors, windows, and beam ends. The largest, the Great Stele, stood 33 meters tall and weighed over 520 tons before its collapse, making it one of the largest single stones humans have ever attempted to erect. The logistics of quarrying, transporting, and raising these monuments with pre-industrial technology remains impressive even by modern standards, suggesting both advanced engineering knowledge and the ability to mobilize substantial labor forces. Less monumental but equally significant are the remains of Axumite domestic architecture. Elite residences featured multiple stories built around central courtyards, with stone foundations supporting walls of alternating layers of wood and stone, a technique called monkey head construction, because the wooden beam ends protrude from the walls. The distinctive architectural style, which later evolved into the castles of Gondar and other medieval Ethiopian structures, reveals a sophisticated understanding of building techniques adapted to local materials and environmental conditions. Axumite material culture reflected both indigenous development and international connections. Their distinctive ceramics, metalwork, and glass production show technical sophistication, while imported luxury goods from throughout the known world have been found in elite burials and urban contexts. Archaeological excavations have uncovered Roman glass, Indian ivory carvings, and Persian textiles, alongside locally produced goods, demonstrating Axum's integration into long-distance trade networks and cosmopolitan tastes. The religious life of pre-Christian Axum remains somewhat obscure, though inscriptions mention deities like Astar, possibly related to the Semitic goddess Astarte, Marem, associated with warfare, and Beher, perhaps connected to the sea. After Christianization, Axum developed its own distinctive form of Christianity, eventually connected to the Coptic Church of Egypt, but with unique liturgical traditions, architectural styles, and religious literature. This Ethiopian Orthodox Christianity would become a defining element of Ethiopian identity through subsequent centuries, preserving ancient Ge'ez texts and traditions even as the political fortunes of the region changed. The decline of the Axumite Empire happened gradually over several centuries. By the 7th century CE, Multiple factors were undermining the kingdom's position. The rise of Islam changed the political and commercial landscape of the Red Sea region, as Muslim powers gained control of vital trade routes. Overexploitation of the environment may have reduced agricultural productivity in the Axumite heartland, with deforestation for construction, fuel, and agricultural expansion leading to soil erosion and reduced fertility. Climate change may have played a role as well, with evidence suggesting increasingly arid conditions during this period. By the 8th century, Axum had lost control of the Red Sea coast, including the vital port of Adulis, severing direct connections to maritime trade networks. The kingdom gradually contracted to its highland core, with power shifting southward into the interior Ethiopian plateaus. While the Axumite state declined, many elements of its culture persisted in what became medieval Ethiopia, particularly its Christian religious traditions, architectural styles, and the continuity of a monarchy that claimed direct descent from Axumite kings. Indeed, one of the most remarkable aspects of Axum's legacy is its persistence in Ethiopian cultural memory and political identity. Unlike many ancient civilizations rediscovered by modern archaeology, Axum never entirely disappeared from historical consciousness. The medieval Ethiopian kingdom explicitly positioned itself as Axum's successor, developing elaborate traditions connecting the monarchy to King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. The Khmer Nagast, a 14th century Ethiopian national epic, traced this lineage and glorified Axum's past, while the Ethiopian Orthodox Church preserved ancient Ge'ez texts and religious practices. When Italian archaeologists began systematic excavations at Axum in the 1900s, they were not uncovering a forgotten civilization, but documenting the material remains of a culture that lived on in Ethiopian tradition and identity. The most dramatic symbol of this continuity was the return of the Axum obelisk in 2005, an ancient stela looted by Mussolini's forces in 1937 and finally repatriated to its homeland after decades of Ethiopian diplomatic efforts. For world history, Axum's significance extends beyond its impressive monuments and commercial power. It represents a sophisticated African civilization that developed through a combination of indigenous innovation and selective adaptation of external influences. It demonstrates that Christianity's spread encompassed Africa from its earliest centuries, challenging Eurocentric perspectives on Christian history. Axum's commercial networks remind us that globalization has deep historical roots, with African kingdoms playing crucial roles in intercontinental trade long before European colonial expansion. Above all, the Kingdom of Axum demonstrates the incompleteness of conventional world history narratives that focus primarily on Mediterranean, Middle Eastern, and Asian civilizations while marginalizing African achievements. As the towering stelae of Axum stand watch over the Ethiopian highlands, they bear witness to an African civilization whose power, prosperity, and cultural sophistication rivaled its contemporaries across the ancient world. Chapter 9. The Sogdian Empire, Masters of the Silk Road. In the heart of Central Asia, between the mighty Oxus and Jaxartes rivers, a people arose who would become the essential intermediaries of the ancient world. The Sogdians, whose homeland centered on the fertile Zarafshan Valley in modern Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, never built a conventional territorial empire through military conquest. They created something perhaps more enduring, a commercial and cultural network that stretched across 5,000 miles, connecting the civilizations of China, India, Persia, and the Mediterranean world. For nearly a millennium, Sogdian merchants, translators, diplomats, and artists facilitated the first great era of globalization along the fabled Silk Roads. Yet their pivotal role remained largely forgotten until recent archaeological discoveries began illuminating their extraordinary legacy. The origins of Sogdian civilization can be traced to the early 1st millennium BCE, when Iranian-speaking peoples settled in the region, developing an agricultural society based on sophisticated irrigation systems that transformed the arid landscape into productive farmland. The name Sogdiana first appears in Achaemenid Persian inscriptions from the 6th century BCE, when the region became a satrapy province of the Persian Empire. Even in this early period, the Sogdians displayed the resilient adaptability that would become their hallmark, absorbing Persian administrative and cultural influences while maintaining their distinctive identity. After Alexander the Great's conquest of Central Asia in the late 4th century BCE, Sogdiana experienced Hellenistic influence, with Greek colonists establishing cities and introducing new artistic styles and philosophical ideas. This Greco-Bactrian period left lasting marks on Sogdian culture, particularly in their artistic traditions, which would later blend Greek, Persian, Indian, and Chinese elements into a distinctive cosmopolitan style. The collapse of Greek rule in the region by the 2nd century BCE created a political vacuum that allowed the Sogdians greater autonomy, setting the stage for their emergence as independent commercial actors. Unlike many ancient civilizations defined by centralized states or empires, Sogdiana was organized around a confederation of city-states, each centered on an urban hub surrounded by irrigated agricultural land. Major cities like Samarkand, ancient Marikanda, Bukhara, Panjikent, and Khujand functioned as semi-independent entities governed by local aristocratic families. These cities featured impressive fortifications, palaces decorated with vibrant murals, bustling markets, and temples serving various religious traditions. Archaeological excavations at Panjikent have revealed a particularly well-preserved Sogdian city, with two-story houses, sophisticated sewage systems, and elaborate wall paintings depicting mythological scenes, historical events, and everyday life. The Sogdian political system balanced local autonomy with collective action when necessary. Each city had its own ruler, known in Chinese sources as a king, but coordination occurred through councils and alliances. This decentralized structure proved remarkably adaptable, allowing the Sogdians to maintain cultural and commercial continuity despite frequent changes in the larger political landscape of Central Asia, as successive nomadic empires like the Kushans, Hephthalites, and Turks established hegemony over the region. The true genius of Sogdian civilization lay in commerce. Recognizing their strategic position astride the nascent trade routes connecting East Asia with the Middle East and Europe, Sogdian merchants began establishing trading colonies along these routes from at least the 2nd century CE. A Chinese document from 313 CE describes Sogdians living throughout Central Asia and China, noting that wherever there is profit to be made, they go. By the 6th century, Sogdian commercial settlements stretched from the Byzantine frontier to Korea, forming a vast network facilitating the exchange of goods, technologies, religious ideas, and cultural practices. The commodities that flowed through this network reflected the diverse production of Eurasia's civilizations: Chinese silk, paper, and porcelain, Indian spices, cotton and gemstones, Persian carpets, glassware, and silver, Byzantine gold, wine, and luxury textiles. Beyond luxury goods, practical items like Central Asian horses, vital for Chinese military defenses against steppe nomads, moved along these routes. Perhaps most significantly, these material exchanges were accompanied by the transmission of crops, technologies, and ideas that transformed societies across the continent. Peaches and other fruits from China reached the Mediterranean. Buddhism traveled from India to East Asia. Glass-making techniques spread eastward from the Levant. The Sogdians excelled not merely as traders but as cultural brokers and translators. Their language, an Eastern Iranian tongue related to modern Xiongnu, became the lingua franca of the Silk Road, used for commerce and diplomacy from China to the Caspian Sea. Sogdian script, derived from Aramaic, was adapted to write multiple languages and served as the ancestor of later writing systems, including the Old Uyghur, Mongolian, and Manchu scripts. Sogdian translators rendered Buddhist texts from Sanskrit into Chinese, Zoroastrian writings from Persian into Turkish, and Christian scriptures from Syriac into local Central Asian languages, facilitating the spread of world religions across linguistic boundaries. This role as cultural intermediaries was reflected in the remarkable religious pluralism of Sogdian society. Their cities housed temples and religious communities representing virtually every faith that traveled the Silk Roads. Zoroastrianism, likely their original tradition, Buddhism, Manichaeism, Nestorian Christianity, and later, Islam. Sogdian merchants often served as missionaries for these traditions, introducing Buddhism to China and Christianity to the Turkic and Mongol steppe peoples. Archaeological discoveries have uncovered Christian churches in Samarkand, Buddhist monasteries near Bukhara, and Zoroastrian fire temples in Panjikent, all functioning contemporaneously within a surprisingly tolerant social framework. Sogdian artistic traditions epitomized their cosmopolitan outlook. Their painters, sculptors, and craftspeople synthesized Persian, Hellenistic, Indian, and Chinese influences into a distinctive style characterized by narrative dynamism, naturalistic detail, and vibrant color. Wall paintings from Sogdian sites depict elaborate feasts, heroic epic scenes, religious ceremonies, and commercial activities with remarkable precision and animation. Sogdian metalwork, textiles, and ceramics display similar creative adaptations, incorporating motifs and techniques from diverse civilizations while maintaining distinctive stylistic elements. Despite their commercial prominence, the Sogdians could not entirely escape the geopolitical turbulence of Central Asia. The region repeatedly experienced invasions by nomadic powers from the northern steppes, including the Hephthalites in the 5th century CE. The Sogdians responded with characteristic adaptability, often forming alliances with these nomadic groups and integrating them into their commercial networks. Many Turkic rulers employed Sogdian administrators and adopted elements of Sogdian urban culture, creating hybrid societies that blended nomadic military prowess with Sogdian commercial and cultural sophistication. This pattern of adaptation faced its greatest challenge with the Islamic conquests of the 7th and 8th centuries CE. Arab armies reached Sogdiana by 673 CE, but faced fierce resistance. The Sogdian city-states allied with Tang dynasty China and various Turkic groups in an attempt to maintain their independence. The Chinese Buddhist pilgrim Xuanzang, who travelled through the region, described the Sogdians as courageous, energetic, and warlike, noting their determination to resist Arab rule. However, after decades of intermittent warfare, most Sogdian cities submitted to the Umayyad Caliphate by the early 8th century, beginning a gradual process of Islamization. The Arab conquest did not immediately end Sogdian influence. Many Sogdian merchants converted to Islam while continuing their commercial activities within the new political framework of the Caliphate. Sogdian artistic traditions influenced early Islamic art in Central Asia, while Sogdian administrative expertise proved valuable to the new rulers. The Abbasid Caliphate, which replaced the Umayyads in 750 CE, relied heavily on Central Asian officials and cultural models, many derived from Sogdian precedents. Nevertheless, over the following centuries, distinctively Sogdian identity gradually faded. The spread of Islam supplanted earlier religious diversity, while the Sogdian language gave way to Persian and later Turkic tongues. By the 10th century, the region was thoroughly integrated into the Islamic world, with Samarkand and Bukhara becoming major centers of Islamic learning and Persian Islamic culture. The devastating Mongol conquests of the 13th century delivered the final blow to whatever remained of independent Sogdian traditions. The memory of the Sogdians nearly vanished from historical consciousness. Unlike the Romans, Persians, or Chinese, they left no substantial historical literature recording their achievements. Their decentralized political organization meant no successor state preserved their legacy as part of a national mythology. For centuries, they remained ghostly intermediaries, occasionally glimpsed in Chinese, Persian, or Byzantine sources, but lacking their own historical voice. This historical amnesia began to lift in the early 20th century with archaeological discoveries in Chinese Turkestan, modern Xinjiang, where the arid climate had preserved remarkable Sogdian artifacts, including documents in the long-forgotten Sogdian language. These findings were followed by Soviet excavations at sites like Panjakent, which revealed the sophistication of Sogdian urban civilization. More recently, discoveries like the Sogdian ancient letters, early 4th century merchant correspondence found near Dunhuang, and spectacular tomb reliefs of Sogdian merchants in northern China have provided intimate glimpses into Sogdian commercial practices, daily life, and self-representation. The legacy of the Sogdians, though long obscured, proves remarkably relevant to our globalized world. They remind us that international trade requires not merely the exchange of goods, but the translation of languages, ideas, and cultural practices. Their commercial diaspora, maintaining connections across vast distances while adapting to local circumstances, prefigured modern transnational networks. Their religious pluralism and cultural hybridity challenge simple narratives of civilizational boundaries and demonstrate how identity can be maintained while remaining open to external influences. As we rediscover the Sogdians, we gain a more complete understanding of Eurasian history, one that recognizes the crucial role of Central Asian intermediaries in connecting the great civilizations of China, India, Persia, and the Mediterranean world. The Silk Roads were not simply channels through which goods and ideas flowed, they were spaces where people like the Sogdians actively translated, transformed, and transmitted cultural elements, creating new hybrid forms that enriched all the civilizations they connected. In this capacity, as agents of the first great wave of globalization, the Sogdians deserve recognition as one of history's most consequential, forgotten empires. Chapter 10. The Toltec Civilization, Predecessors of the Aztecs. In the fertile highlands of central Mexico, centuries before the rise of the Aztec Empire, a civilization emerged whose cultural and political influence would echo throughout Mesoamerica. The Toltecs, whose name would later become synonymous with artistic refinement and cultural sophistication, built a powerful state centered on their capital of Tollan, modern Tula, establishing traditions that later peoples, particularly the Aztecs, would claim as the foundation of their own legitimacy. Despite their profound impact on Mesoamerican civilization, the historical reality of the Toltecs remains entangled with myth and legend, creating one of archaeology's most fascinating challenges, distinguishing the actual Toltec civilization from the idealized Toltec that later cultures constructed in their historical imagination. The origins of Toltec civilization can be traced to the power vacuum that followed the collapse of Teotihuacan, the massive urban center that had dominated central Mexico from approximately 100 BCE to 650 CE. As Teotihuacan's influence waned, various groups competed for control of trade routes and resources in the region. Among these were semi-nomadic peoples from northern Mexico, possibly speaking Nahuatl languages, who migrated southward into more fertile agricultural lands. According to later Aztec accounts, 7 tribes emerged from the mythical cave system of Chicomostoc, with the Toltecs being one of these groups. By around 900 CE, these newcomers had established Tollan as their capital, in what is now Hidalgo state. The name Tollan itself is significant, meaning place of reeds in Nahuatl, a designation later applied to other major urban centers, suggesting its connotation of urban sophistication and political power. Archaeological evidence indicates that Tula grew rapidly, eventually covering approximately 16 square kilometers, with a population estimated at 30,000 nus, 60,000 people. While modest compared to earlier Teotihuacan, it represented one of the largest urban centers in post-classic Mesoamerica. The layout of Tollan reflected both practical concerns and cosmological principles. The ceremonial center featured a series of platform mounds, pyramid temples, ball courts and plazas arranged along a north-south axis. The most iconic structure, Pyramid B, was adorned with massive stone warrior columns, 4.6-meter basalt sculptures representing Toltec warriors equipped with atlatls, spear throwers, knives, and distinctive butterfly-shaped chest plates. Behind these imposing figures stood a colonnade and temple adorned with relief carvings of prowling jaguars, coyotes, eagles, and processions of warriors. The architecture and iconography of Tollan reveal a society organized around warfare and militaristic values. Unlike the more cosmologically focused imagery at Teotihuacan, Toltec art emphasized human warriors, conquered enemies, and martial symbols. Stone reliefs depicting lines of armed warriors and racks of human skulls, sompently, suggest a culture where military prowess and sacrifice played central roles. This militaristic focus likely reflected the Toltec strategy for political expansion and resource control, which appears to have combined warfare, trade, and strategic alliances. The Toltec economy rested on a combination of intensive agriculture in the fertile Tula River Valley and long-distance trade. Farmers cultivated maize, beans, squash, and maguey agave, using techniques including terracing and irrigation to maximize productivity in the semi-arid environment. Beyond these staples, the Toltecs controlled access to valuable resources like obsidian, fine pottery, and luxury goods from distant regions. Their strategic location allowed them to participate in trade networks extending from the Gulf Coast to the Pacific, and from the American Southwest to Central America. Archaeological evidence suggests the Toltecs exercised political influence far beyond their heartland. Sites displaying Toltec architectural styles and artistic motifs appear throughout central and southern Mexico. Most dramatically, around 1000 CE, Toltec influence reached the Maya city of Chichen Itza in the Yucatan Peninsula, over 1,200 kilometers from Tula. The Temple of the Warriors at Chichen Itza bears striking resemblance to Pyramid B at Tula, complete with similar warrior columns and chacmul sculptures, reclining figures holding sacrificial bowls. This connection has generated significant scholarly debate. Was it the result of direct Toltec conquest, elite cultural emulation, shared religious beliefs, or more complex processes of cultural exchange. The traditional narrative, based on later Aztec accounts and early archaeological interpretations, described a Toltec empire ruled by a succession of powerful kings. Most famous among these was Acatl Quetzalcoatl, a ruler whose life became encrusted with mythological elements over centuries of retelling. According to these traditions, Tepiltzin was a cultural hero who taught the arts, established religious practices, and opposed human sacrifice, favoring instead offerings of butterflies, jade, and incense. After being driven from Tolan by his rival Tezcatlipoca, he departed eastward, promising to return someday, a legend later connected to the Spanish arrival in Mexico. Modern archaeological and ethno-historical research suggests a more complex picture than this linear narrative. Rather than a centralized empire, the Toltecs likely maintained a hegemonic system, combining direct control over their immediate territory with more indirect influence through trade relationships, military alliances, and cultural prestige. Their political organization probably featured both hereditary nobility and merit-based advancement for successful warriors, with religious specialists also wielding significant authority. Toltec religion appears to have incorporated elements from various Mesoamerican traditions, with particular emphasis on warrior cults and astral deities. The worship of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, and Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror, featured prominently, often presented as opposing cosmic forces representing cultural creation and destructive change respectively. Evidence suggests the Toltecs practiced various forms of human sacrifice, including heart extraction, decapitation, and possibly tompantli displays of skulls, continuing earlier Mesoamerican traditions that connected bloodletting to cosmic renewal and agricultural fertility. The collapse of Toltec power came around 1150 to 1200 CE, possibly triggered by a combination of environmental stress, internal political conflict, and external pressure. Archaeological evidence at Tula shows burning and deliberate destruction of monuments, suggesting violent overthrow rather than gradual abandonment. Some scholars connect this collapse to documented drought conditions in northern Mesoamerica during this period, which may have undermined agricultural productivity and exacerbated political tensions. Following Tolan's fall, political fragmentation occurred throughout central Mexico, with numerous smaller states competing for control until the eventual rise of the Aztec Triple Alliance in the 15th century. This collapse marked the end of the historical Toltec state, but in many ways it represented the beginning of the Toltecs' most profound influence on Mesoamerican civilization. In the centuries that followed, the memory of the Toltecs was transformed into a powerful cultural ideal. The Aztecs in particular claimed direct descent from Toltec nobility and described Tolan as a place of extraordinary refinement and artistic achievement. According to Aztec tradition, all sophisticated arts, metalworking, lapidary crafts, featherwork, and poetry originated with the Toltecs. The very term Toltecaold, Toltecness, became synonymous with artistic and cultural sophistication. This cultural memory was not merely nostalgic, but served important political purposes. By claiming Toltec heritage, later rulers legitimized their authority and positioned themselves within a prestigious historical tradition. The Aztec Emperor Montezuma II reportedly maintained a House of the Ancestors where Toltec artifacts were preserved, demonstrating the continuing power of Toltec cultural capital centuries after their political decline. Disentangling historical reality from this mythologized memory presents significant challenges for archaeologists and ethnohistorians. The documentary sources describing Toltec civilization, primarily Aztec accounts recorded after the Spanish conquest, were created centuries after Tolan's fall and reflect the political and cultural priorities of those later societies. Archaeological evidence provides more direct access to Toltec material culture, but can't always illuminate the social, political, and ideological systems behind the artifacts. Despite these challenges, ongoing research continues to refine our understanding of the actual Toltec civilization and its historical context. Excavations at Tula and related sites have revealed a society that, while certainly sophisticated and influential, was firmly rooted in broader Mesoamerican traditions rather than representing a miraculous cultural flowering as depicted in later mythology. The Toltecs appear to have been particularly skilled at synthesizing cultural elements from various Mesoamerican traditions, Teotihuacan, Oaxacan, Gulf Coast, and northern Mexican, into a distinctive new configuration that proved attractive and adaptable across the region. The Toltec legacy extends beyond their direct political and cultural influence in ancient Mesoamerica. Their story illustrates how historical memory itself becomes a powerful cultural force, with past civilizations reinterpreted and reimagined to serve the needs of later societies. The gap between the historical Toltecs and the mythologized version created by their successors reminds us that all history exists in this interplay between actual events and their cultural interpretation, process that continues even in our modern attempts to understand these ancient peoples. Today, visitors to Tula can walk among the stern warrior columns standing sentinel over the ancient ceremonial center. These silent figures, with their rigid posture and military regalia, offer a tangible connection to a civilization whose actual achievements and mythologized memory both contributed profoundly to the development of Mesoamerican civilization. In both their historical reality and their cultural afterlife, the Toltecs exemplify how forgotten empires continue to shape the societies that follow them, often in ways that transcend their direct political control or territorial extent. Chapter 11. The Srivijaya Empire, Maritime Kingdom of Southeast Asia. In the emerald waters between Southeast Asia and the Indonesian archipelago, where the narrow Strait of Malacca forms a natural bottleneck for ships sailing between China and India, a maritime empire emerged that would control trade routes, spread Buddhist learning, and dominate regional politics for over 6 centuries. The Srivijaya Empire, centered on the island of Sumatra in modern Indonesia, created a maritime hegemon quite unlike the land-based empires that dominated much of ancient and medieval history. Yet despite its longevity and influence, Srivijaya left relatively few monumental remains, its power based not on vast armies or imposing stone temples, but on strategic command of seas, shipping, and commerce. This forgotten empire offers an alternative model of state organization, a thalassocracy or sea-based power, whose influence radiated outward along maritime trade networks. The origins of Srivijaya remain somewhat obscure, though archaeological evidence suggests the polity emerged around the late 7th century CE in southeastern Sumatra, with its capital at Palembang along the Musi River. The region's geography proved ideal for a maritime power. Sumatra's forests provided abundant timber for shipbuilding. Its highlands yielded gold and forest products highly valued in international markets, and its position commanding the Strait of Malacca gave it control over the primary shipping lane, connecting the South China Sea to the Indian Ocean, a route that became increasingly vital as trade between Tang Dynasty China and various Indian states expanded. The first definitive evidence of Srivijaya's existence comes from inscriptions in Old Malay using an Indian-derived script. The Kedakan Bukit, inscription of 683 CE, found near Palembang, describes a military expedition led by Dapunta Hyang, who set out with 20,000 troops to establish or extend Srivijayan control. Other inscriptions from sites like Telaga Batu contain loyalty oaths and curses against those who would betray the ruler, suggesting a political system concerned with maintaining unity among dispersed territories. These inscriptions reveal a society already comfortable with writing, familiar with Sanskrit literary conventions, and organized under relatively sophisticated political concepts adapted from Indian models. Unlike land-based states that typically expanded through continuous territorial conquest, Srivijaya created a discontinuous empire of strategic ports and maritime choke points. From its base at Palembang, it established control over key harbour cities around the Strait of Malacca and the Java Sea, including sites in southern Thailand, the Malay Peninsula, western Java, and western Borneo. These widespread but isolated outposts allowed Srivijaya to direct shipping through routes it controlled, extract tolls and tribute, and monopolize access to valuable products from the Indonesian archipelago like spices, aromatic woods, and resins. The political organization of this maritime empire reflected the challenges of governing widely dispersed territories connected primarily by sea lanes. At its center stood the Maharaja Great King and his court at Palembang, surrounded by officials, religious specialists, and military commanders. Below this central authority, local datus, chiefs governed individual port cities, maintaining substantial autonomy in day-to-day affairs, but acknowledging Srivijayan sovereignty and remitting tribute and taxes. This structure allowed for flexibility across diverse ethnic and geographic contexts, while ensuring that the benefits of trade flowed primarily to the imperial center. Srivijaya's power rested less on overwhelming military force than on its strategic control of commerce. By commanding narrow straits and key harbors, its fleets could deny passage to merchants who refused to comply with its regulations or pay its duties. Chinese sources describe Srivijayan ships as equipped with metal spikes along their sides to prevent enemy vessels from approaching, an innovation suited for sea control rather than territorial conquest. The empire maintained sufficient naval power to suppress piracy, except when it served imperial interests, protect allied merchants, and punish recalcitrant vassals, creating a commercial environment where trade could flourish under Srivijayan hegemony. The economic foundation of this maritime empire lay in its ability to integrate multiple commercial networks. Srivijaya connected the trade of China, with its silks, porcelains, and manufactured goods, India offering textiles, spices, and religious objects, the Middle East providing glassware and luxury products, and the Indonesian archipelago itself with its unique spices, aromatic resins, and forest products. Srivijayan ports functioned as entrepots where goods could be transshipped, stored, processed, and traded. Archaeological excavations at Palembang and other sites have uncovered Chinese ceramics, Middle Eastern glass, and Indian beads alongside local products, demonstrating the cosmopolitan nature of these commercial hubs. Beyond merely taxing this trade, Srivijaya actively participated in production. Its territories produced gold, tin, exotic woods like camphor and sandalwood, rhinoceros horn, ivory, and spices including cloves and nutmeg. The empire's craftspeople manufactured trade goods specifically designed for particular markets, showing sophisticated understanding of consumer preferences across different cultural regions. Srivijayan traders themselves sailed to foreign ports, with records documenting their presence in both China and India, while foreign merchants established communities within Srivijayan cities. One of Srivijaya's most distinctive characteristics was its enthusiastic adoption of Mahayana Buddhism, which became integral to both its domestic authority and its international relations. The capital at Palembang developed into a renowned center of Buddhist learning, housing thousands of monks in various monasteries and attracting pilgrims and scholars from across Asia. The famous Chinese Buddhist monk Yijing I Tsing spent 6 months studying Sanskrit at Palembang in 671 CE before continuing to India, and then returned to translate Buddhist texts there for 4 years. He described Srivijaya as a flourishing center of Buddhism with more than 1,000 monks, all occupied in their studies of the sacred canon and of the Buddhist philosophy. This religious prominence served multiple purposes. It provided legitimacy for Srivijayan rulers, who could present themselves as Dharma Rajas, righteous kings, and Bodhisattva kings, protecting and propagating the Buddhist Dharma. It facilitated diplomatic relations with other Buddhist states, particularly Tang China, which recognized Srivijaya as an important link in the maritime routes by which Chinese pilgrims traveled to India, and it attracted foreign scholars, merchants, and officials whose presence enhanced both the economic vitality and cultural prestige of the empire. Archaeological evidence for Srivijayan Buddhism comes primarily from bronze sculptures discovered throughout its territories. These images show clear influence from both Indian Pala dynasty artistic traditions and Chinese models, yet with distinctive local features, demonstrating Srivijaya's role in absorbing, synthesizing, and transmitting cultural elements across Asia. The empire's strategic position between India and China placed it at the crossroads of Buddhist transmission, allowing it to incorporate elements from both Indic and Chinese traditions while developing its own interpretations. Despite its prominence in contemporary accounts, Srivijaya has left relatively few monumental remains compared to other Southeast Asian states like the Khmer Empire or Majapahit. This absence reflects both environmental factors. The tropical climate of Sumatra rapidly reclaims abandoned structures, and Srivijaya's distinctive priorities. Its wealth was invested in portable assets like ships, trade goods, and religious treasures rather than permanent stone architecture. The impermanent materials used for most construction, wood, bamboo, and thatch, have largely disappeared, leaving primarily smaller ritual objects, ceramics, and inscriptions for archaeologists to recover. The history of Srivijaya's political fortunes was marked by periodic oscillations in power, influenced by changing patterns in international trade and competition from rival states. Its first zenith came during the 809 5th centuries CE, when Tang Dynasty China was actively engaged in maritime commerce and diplomatic exchange. Srivijayan embassies regularly appeared at the Chinese court bearing exotic tribute, while Chinese accounts describe a wealthy, powerful kingdom controlling maritime Southeast Asia. This period saw Srivijaya expand its influence into Java and the Malay Peninsula, absorbing or subordinating local polities. The empire faced significant challenges around the 10th–11th centuries. The Chola dynasty of southern India launched naval expeditions against Srivijaya in 1025 CE, temporarily capturing the Maharaja and raiding several key ports. This attack, possibly motivated by commercial competition and control of trade routes to China, demonstrated Srivijaya's vulnerability to determined naval powers. Simultaneously, the empire faced growing competition from Javanese states and smaller ports challenging its commercial monopoly. Yet Srivijaya proved remarkably resilient, recovering from these setbacks to reassert its influence in the 12th century, though perhaps never regaining its former extent. The final decline of Srivijaya came in the 13th century through a combination of external pressure and changing trade patterns. The expanding Javanese kingdom of Singasari launched attacks on Srivijayan territories in Sumatra and the Malay Peninsula. Meanwhile, the rise of the Mongol Yuan dynasty in China disrupted established trading relationships, while new routes developed that could bypass the Strait of Malacca. By the early 14th century, Srivijaya had fragmented into smaller successor states. The most prominent of these, Malayu, was subsequently absorbed by the Javanese Empire of Majapahit, marking the definitive end of Srivijayan power after nearly 6 centuries of regional dominance. The legacy of Srivijaya extends far beyond its political collapse. Its long dominance helped establish patterns of maritime trade, cultural exchange, and political organization that would influence Southeast Asia for centuries. The Malay language, which Srivijaya used for both administration and commerce, spread throughout coastal Southeast Asia, eventually becoming the region's primary lingua franca and evolving into modern Indonesian and Malaysian. The empire's synthesis of Indian political concepts, indigenous traditions, and commercial governance created models that subsequent states would adapt to their own circumstances. Srivijaya's approach to power, based on controlling access to trade routes rather than extensive territorial conquest, represents an alternative model of imperial organization, particularly relevant to our interconnected modern world. In an era when digital networks and global supply chains have replaced sailing ships and spice routes, Srivijaya's strategies for leveraging strategic position and commercial connectivity appear surprisingly contemporary. Perhaps most significantly, Srivijaya demonstrates that sophisticated and influential civilizations have developed throughout world history in regions and forms that traditional Eurocentric historical narratives have often overlooked. As a maritime power in a region typically marginalized in conventional world history, Srivijaya reminds us to look beyond the familiar empires of Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia to recognize the complex societies that have shaped human experience across the globe. Today, as Indonesia reclaims its position as a significant regional power, and the waters once controlled by Srivijaya regain their strategic importance in global commerce, this forgotten empire offers both historical perspective and potential inspiration for reimagining Southeast Asia's place in world affairs, a maritime crossroads where cultures meet, trade flows, and power emanates not from territorial expanse, but from strategic connection. Chapter 12. The Lydian Kingdom. Inventors of modern currency. In the fertile valleys of western Anatolia, where the Hermus and Cayster rivers flow toward the Aegean Sea, a kingdom arose whose most profound innovation continues to shape global civilization. The Lydians, masters of commerce and metallurgy, created the world's first standardized metal currency, revolutionizing economic exchange and establishing practices that would eventually transform human society. Though their political dominance lasted barely a century, the Lydian legacy extends far beyond their brief moment of imperial power, offering a compelling example of how cultural and economic innovations often outlast the kingdoms that created them. The heartland of Lydia occupied a strategically valuable location in what is now western Turkey. To the east lay the Anatolian plateau with its mineral resources. To the west, the Aegean coast with its Greek colonies and maritime trade routes. Through this region passed vital commercial corridors connecting the Mediterranean world with the civilizations of Mesopotamia and beyond. The mountains surrounding the Lydian homeland contained rich deposits of gold and silver, while the alluvial plains produced abundant agricultural surpluses. This fortunate combination of geography, natural resources, and trade access provided the foundation for Lydian prosperity. The early history of the Lydian people remains partially obscured by limited archaeological evidence and the fragmentary nature of surviving historical accounts. Greek sources, particularly Herodotus, provide much of our information, though their narratives often blend historical facts with legendary elements. The Lydian language, part of the Anatolian branch of Indo-European languages, is known primarily from a small corpus of inscriptions, leaving significant gaps in our understanding of how the Lydians described themselves and their world. Archaeological evidence indicates that the region was inhabited since Neolithic times, with various cultural influences from both Anatolia and the Aegean world shaping its development. By the late Bronze Age, around 1400 to 1200 BCE, the area appears to have been part of the Arzawan Confederation, a regional power that occasionally challenged the Hittite Empire for control of western Anatolia. Following the Bronze Age collapse around 1200 BCE, which saw the fall of the Hittites and disruption throughout the eastern Mediterranean, new political formations gradually emerged from the resulting fragmentation. The Lydian kingdom proper began to take shape around the 8th century BCE, with its capital at Sardis situated at the foot of Mount Tmolus, beside the gold-bearing Pactolus River. Early Lydian culture showed influences from both its Anatolian predecessors and neighbouring civilizations, particularly the Phrygians to the east and the Greeks to the west. This cultural hybridity would remain a distinctive feature of Lydian civilization, which absorbed and synthesized elements from multiple traditions while developing its own unique characteristics. According to Greek tradition, Lydia was ruled by 3 successive dynasties: the Aetiads mythological, the Heraclids semi-legendary, and finally the historical Mernad dynasty, which brought the kingdom to its height of power. The founder of this last dynasty, Gyges, reigned c. 680–644 BCE, seized the throne through palace intrigue, a story elaborated in Greek accounts into the famous tale of the Ring of Gyges, which granted its wearer invisibility. Beyond legend, historical records confirm that Gyges established Lydia as a significant regional power, expanding its territory and establishing diplomatic relations with Assyria. Under Gyges and his successors Ardis, Sadiates, and Aietes, the Lydian kingdom gradually extended its control throughout western Anatolia. They conquered the previously dominant Phrygian kingdom and engaged in protracted conflicts with the Greek city-states along the Aegean coast, eventually subjugating cities like Smyrna and Colophon, while maintaining more collaborative relationships with others like Ephesus. A long war with the neighbouring kingdom of Media ended in 585 BC with a peace treaty following a solar eclipse that both sides interpreted as a divine signal, an event astronomers have confirmed actually occurred on May 28th of that year. The apogee of Lydian power came under King Croesus, reigned c. 560–547 BCE, whose name became synonymous with fabulous wealth in both ancient and modern expressions. Croesus completed the conquest of the Ionian Greek cities, extended Lydian dominance to the Aegean coast, and extracted tribute from much of western Anatolia. His capital at Sardis became renowned for its luxury and cultural brilliance, attracting visitors from throughout the Mediterranean world, including, according to tradition, the Athenian lawgiver Solon, who supposedly warned the king about the transience of good fortune. The most transformative Lydian innovation emerged from their sophisticated metallurgical traditions and commercial activities. Around the 7th century BCE, the Lydians introduced the world's first standardized metal currency: small, oval-shaped electrum coins, a natural alloy of gold and silver stamped with official emblems. While earlier civilizations had used various forms of commodity money, including standardized quantities of precious metals, the Lydian innovation combined several crucial features. The metal pieces were uniform in weight and purity, they bore official markings guaranteeing their value, and they were designed specifically as a medium of exchange rather than for use or ornament. This monetary revolution, refined under Croesus, who introduced separate gold and silver coinages of consistent purity, transformed economic practices throughout the ancient world. Coinage facilitated more complex and extensive commercial networks by providing a universal medium of exchange and standard of value. It enabled more precise accounting, taxation, and wage payments. Perhaps most profoundly, it abstracted value from specific commodities into a more generalized and portable form, eventually enabling the complex financial systems that underpin modern economies. The introduction of coinage reflected and accelerated the commercial sophistication of Lydian society. Herodotus claimed that the Lydians were the first people to establish retail shops in permanent markets, suggesting the development of specialized trading practices beyond the temporary markets or palace-centered exchange systems of earlier civilizations. Archaeological evidence confirms that Sardis contained districts dedicated to commercial and industrial activities, with workshops processing textiles, ceramics, and metalwork for both domestic consumption and export. Lydian prosperity supported significant cultural achievements, though fewer examples have survived than from neighboring Greek civilization. The Lydians developed a distinctive artistic tradition, incorporating Anatolian, Greek, and Near Eastern elements. They were renowned for their textile production, particularly their purple-dyed garments and intricate gold embroidery. Archaeological excavations have uncovered impressive architectural works, including massive defensive walls, monumental gates, and royal buildings at Sardis. Perhaps their most visible remaining monuments are the enormous tumuli, burial mounds in the cemetery of Bin Tepe, Thousand Hills near Sardis, where Lydian kings and nobles were entombed with elaborate grave goods reflecting their wealth and status. The religion of Lydia similarly combined indigenous Anatolian elements with influences from neighboring cultures. Their pantheon included the goddess Cybele, known as Kuvava in Lydian, whose worship involved ecstatic rituals and was overseen by temple servants who practiced self-castration, according to Greek sources. The Lydians also worshipped a weather god similar to the Hittite Tarhunt and the Greek Zeus. Religious festivals included athletic competitions, musical performances, and ritual processions, creating communal experiences that reinforce social bonds and political authority. The Lydian Empire's political dominance ended abruptly in 547 BCE, when Croesus, misconstruing the famously ambiguous Delphic oracle's prediction that if he attacked the Persians, he would destroy a great empire, launched a preemptive strike against the rising power of Persia under Cyrus the Great. After an inconclusive battle at Teria in central Anatolia, Croesus retreated to Sardis, expecting to resume combat the following spring. Instead, Cyrus pursued the Lydian forces and besieged the capital. According to Herodotus, the Persian troops entered Sardis by scaling a section of the Acropolis fortifications that had been left unguarded because it was thought too steep for attack. Croesus was captured, and Lydia became a province of the Persian Empire. While Lydian political independence ended with the Persian conquest, their cultural and economic influence persisted. The Persian administration maintained many Lydian institutions and practices, recognizing their effectiveness for governing this wealthy region. The use of coinage, perhaps the most significant Lydian innovation, was adopted by the Persians and spread throughout their vast empire, accelerating its diffusion across the ancient world. Greek cities, initially introduced to coinage through Lydian dominance or commerce, developed their own monetized economies that would influence Mediterranean economic practices for centuries. Following Alexander the Great's conquest of the Persian Empire in the 330 BCE, Sardis and the former Lydian territories came under Hellenistic rule, first by the Seleucids and later by the Kingdom of Pergamon, before being incorporated into the Roman province of Asia. Through these political transitions, elements of Lydian culture and identity persisted in local traditions, religious practices, and perhaps in some family lineages, though increasingly overshadowed by Hellenistic and later Roman cultural dominance. The legacy of Lydia extends far beyond its brief political florescence. Their monetary innovation, the creation of standardized, officially guaranteed coinage, ranks among humanity's most transformative technological and institutional developments, comparable in its long-term impact to the invention of writing or agriculture. By abstracting value into a standardized, portable, and universally recognized form, the Lydians planted the seed of modern financial systems that would eventually encompass global trade networks, banking institutions, and complex investment mechanisms unimaginable to the merchants of ancient Sardis. Chapter 13. The Mitanni, forgotten empire of Mesopotamia. Where the world's first cities emerged and empires rose and fell in succession, one powerful kingdom has remained largely forgotten, despite once rivaling Egypt and Hatti for regional supremacy. The Mitanni established a formidable state that dominated northern Mesopotamia and Syria for nearly 2 centuries during the Late Bronze Age, becoming a crucial player in the intricate power balance of the ancient Near East. Yet, unlike its contemporaries, Mitanni left few monumental remains, and knowledge of its existence faded so completely that only modern archaeological discoveries have restored this forgotten empire to its rightful place in history. The origins of the Mitanni kingdom remain somewhat mysterious, emerging from the complex population movements and political realignments that followed the collapse of earlier Bronze Age powers around 1600 BCE. The Mitanni state appears to have been founded by a warrior aristocracy speaking an Indo-Aryan language, who established themselves as rulers over the indigenous Hurrian population of northern Mesopotamia. This elite, called Marianu in contemporary texts, specialized in chariot warfare, a revolutionary military technology of the era, and worshipped deities whose names unmistakably connect to the pantheon later found in Vedic India. By approximately 1500 BCE, these disparate elements had coalesced into a unified kingdom centered in the Koba River valley of what is now northeastern Syria. The royal capital, Washukani, has yet to be definitively located, though scholars have proposed several candidates, particularly Tel Fakhuriya, near the modern Syrian-Turkish border. From this center, Mitanni rulers extended their control across a vast territory stretching from the Mediterranean coast to the Zagros Mountains, incorporating numerous vassal states and client kingdoms into their imperial system. The political organization of the Mitanni state reflected both the multicultural origins of its population and the practical challenges of governing a diverse territory. At its head stood the king, who bore the title Shah Mitanni, King of Mitanni, or Shah Hurri, King of the Hurrians, depending on context. This dual terminology reflects the complex identity of the realm, technically named Mitanni, but primarily populated by Hurrians. The royal family claimed special connection to the gods through elaborate rituals and divine ancestry, legitimizing their rule over the various provincial governors, vassal kings, and tribal leaders who administered the empire's constituent parts. Our knowledge of Mitanni comes primarily from external sources and archaeological excavations rather than from indigenous royal inscriptions or monuments. The archives of Hattusa, the Hittite capital, Amarna in Egypt, and Al-Alak, a Mitanni vassal state, contain diplomatic correspondence, treaties, and references to Mitanni rulers and policies. Archaeological work at sites like Tel Brak, ancient Nagar, and Tel al-Fakhariya has uncovered material culture associated with the kingdom. From these fragmentary sources, scholars have reconstructed the outlines of Mitanni's rise, florescence, and eventual fall. The expansion of Mitanni power occurred during a period when traditional powers of the region were relatively weak. Egypt was recovering from the Hyksos period, the Hittites were facing internal troubles, and Babylonia had fallen to Kassite rulers from the Zagros Mountains. Into this power vacuum stepped ambitious Mitanni kings like Paratana and Shaushtatar, who established hegemony over northern Syria and eventually extended their influence into Anatolia and the Levant. By the reign of Shaushtatar, around 1450 BCE, Mitanni had become one of the great powers of the Near East, corresponding as an equal with Egyptian pharaohs and claiming the title Great King alongside the rulers of Egypt, Hatti, Babylonia, and Assyria. The economy of Mitanni rested primarily on agriculture, with the fertile plains between the Tigris and Euphrates producing abundant grain, supplemented by pastoralism in more marginal areas. Control of key trade routes connecting Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and the Mediterranean enhanced the kingdom's wealth, enabling the importation of luxury goods and exotic materials. The Mitannian elite displayed their status through imported items like Egyptian scarabs, Cypriot pottery, and Mesopotamian cylinder seals, creating a cosmopolitan court culture that synthesized influences from throughout the Near East. One distinctive aspect of Mitanni civilization was their advanced knowledge of horse training and breeding. A Mitannian horsemaster named Kitkuli composed a detailed text on training chariot horses that was later preserved in Hittite archives, the world's oldest surviving horse training manual. This text describes an elaborate 214-day conditioning regimen specifying precise feeding, exercise, swimming, and grooming protocols. Such specialized knowledge gave Mitanni a military advantage through superior chariot warfare and became a valuable diplomatic asset, with Mitannian horse trainers sought after by royal courts throughout the region. The material culture of Mitanni displayed a characteristic blend of indigenous Hurrian traditions with elements adopted from neighboring civilizations. A distinctive ceramic style known as Nuzi ware, named after the archaeological site where it was first identified, featured elegant drinking cups and bottles decorated with white designs on a dark background. Mitanni glyptic art, particularly cylinder seals, developed a distinctive style characterized by common motifs, including guilloche patterns, interlaced bands, voluted trees, winged griffins, and divine figures standing on animals. Architecture combined Mesopotamian planning principles with local building techniques, typically using mud brick for construction, which unfortunately has left relatively few permanent remains compared to the stone monuments of Egypt or the Hittites. Mitanni reached its zenith during the 15th and early 14th centuries BCE, when its kings engaged in diplomatic marriages with the Egyptian royal family and exchanged lavish gifts with pharaohs. The Amarna letters, a cache of diplomatic correspondence discovered in Egypt, include missives between Mitanni kings Shetana II and Tushratta and Egyptian pharaohs Amenhotep III and Akhenaten. These letters reveal a sophisticated system of international relations based on the fiction of brotherhood between great kings who addressed each other as equals while constantly negotiating for advantage through marriage alliances, gift exchanges, and subtle threats. One letter details the dowry of Tushratta's daughter, Tadukipa, who was sent to marry the Egyptian pharaoh, a vast treasure including gold vessels, jewels, fine furniture, and luxurious textiles, demonstrating the immense wealth of the Mitanni court. The religion of Mitanni presents an intriguing blend of diverse traditions. The general population primarily worshipped Hurrian deities, like the storm god Teshub and his consort, Hebat, whose cult would later influence Hittite religion. However, treaties between Mitanni kings and their vassals invoke not only these Hurrian gods, but also deities with unmistakable Indo-Aryan names: Mitra, Varuna, Indra, and the Nasatya twins, gods later prominent in the Rigvedaya of India. This remarkable preservation of Indo-Aryan religious elements among the Mitanni elite represents one of the earliest attestations of Indo-European religious concepts, predating the written Vedic texts by several centuries. The decline of Mitanni began in the 14th century BCE as a result of both external pressures and internal instability. The resurgent Hittite Empire under Suppiluliuma I launched devastating campaigns against Mitanni's western territories, capturing important cities and encouraging rebellion among Mitanni vassals. Simultaneously, Assyria began asserting independence from Mitanni control, eventually turning from vassal to rival under ambitious kings like Ashurbanipal. Internal struggles within the Mitanni royal family created openings for these external enemies, with rival claimants seeking foreign support for their bids for power. The decisive blow came around 1330 BCE, when the Hittites supported a pretender named Shatiwaza against his rival Shutana III, who was backed by Assyria. This conflict transformed Mitanni into a battleground between greater powers. Following Hittite intervention, what remained of the Mitanni kingdom became a vassal state called Hanigolbat, with increasingly limited autonomy. Over the following century, this rump state was gradually absorbed by the expanding Middle Assyrian Empire, with the final Mitanni territories conquered by Shalmaneser Refer around 1250 BCE. The legacy of Mitanni lived on primarily through its influence on neighboring civilizations. Hurrian religious concepts, myths, and rituals were adopted by the Hittites and preserved in their extensive textual corpus. Mitanni artistic motifs continued to appear in Syrian and northern Mesopotamian material culture long after the kingdom's political collapse. Perhaps most significantly, Mitanni had served as a crucial transmission vector for cultural exchange between different regions of the Near East, facilitating the spread of technologies, artistic styles, and ideas across traditional boundaries. The historical memory of Mitanni faded quickly after its disappearance. Unlike Egypt or Babylon, which maintained cultural continuity over millennia, the distinctive Mitanni synthesis of Hurrian and Indo-Aryan elements had no direct heir to preserve its traditions or commemorate its achievements. By the Iron Age, Assyrian and Aramean cultures dominated the former Mitanni territories, with little acknowledgement of the previous kingdom beyond vague historical references. When Europeans began exploring the ancient Near East in the 19th century, they found no obvious traces of this once powerful empire. The rediscovery of Mitanni began in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as archaeologists excavating sites like Tel El Amarna in Egypt uncovered diplomatic letters mentioning this unknown kingdom. Subsequent excavations at sites within former Mitanni territory gradually revealed material evidence of its existence, while advances in understanding Hurrian and other ancient languages allowed scholars to decode textual references from contemporary sources. Today, archaeological work continues to uncover new evidence about this forgotten empire, with ongoing excavations at potential Mitanni cities and renewed analysis of material from earlier digs. The story of Mitanni offers several broader historical insights. It demonstrates how powerful states can virtually disappear from historical memory without sustained textual traditions or monumental ruins to preserve their legacy. It illustrates the complex multi-ethnic character of ancient societies, where elite groups of one ethnic or linguistic background could rule over populations of another while creating distinctive cultural syntheses. Perhaps most intriguingly, Mitanni provides a documented case of Indo-European speakers establishing themselves as a ruling class over non-Indo-European populations, a process some scholars have proposed occurred repeatedly during prehistory, but which is rarely preserved in historical records. As we continue piecing together the fragmentary evidence of this once mighty kingdom, the Mitanni emerge not as marginal figures in Near Eastern history, but as essential players in the international system of the Late Bronze Age, a powerful empire whose political, military, and cultural influence helped shape the ancient world during a crucial period of development. Their story reminds us that our understanding of ancient history remains incomplete, with important civilizations still awaiting rediscovery and proper recognition in the broader narrative of human achievement. Chapter 14: The Scythians, Horse Lords of the Steppes. Across the vast Eurasian steppes, where endless grasslands stretch from Eastern Europe to Central Asia, a nomadic people emerged whose mastery of horseback riding and warfare would terrify settled civilizations and reshape the ancient world. The Scythians, described by the Greek historian Herodotus as fierce warriors who drank from the skulls of their enemies, created no cities, built no temples, and left no written records. Yet archaeological discoveries have revealed a society of remarkable artistic sophistication, complex social organization, and far-reaching influence. These nomadic horse lords, who dominated the steppes for nearly a millennium, represent a different model of civilization, mobile, adaptable, and intimately connected to both their environment and their mounts. The origins of the Scythians remain somewhat contested among scholars, though most agree they emerged from earlier Bronze Age steppe cultures of the Andronovo and Srubna traditions. By the 8th century BCE, recognizable Scythian culture had crystallized, characterized by distinctive weaponry, horse gear, and animal art executed in the animal style that would become their artistic signature. Their heartland encompassed the steppes north of the Black Sea in what is now Ukraine and southern Russia, though related peoples speaking Iranian languages inhabited territories stretching from the Danube to western China. Unlike the settled agricultural societies of their contemporaries, Scythian life followed the seasonal rhythms of pastoral nomadism. Their economy centered on vast herds of horses, sheep, cattle, and goats, which they moved between summer and winter pastures in an annual cycle. This mobile lifestyle required portable dwellings, felt-covered wagons and tents that could be assembled and disassembled quickly. Contemporary sources describe elaborate wagon encampments that could be arranged in circular defensive formations when necessary, housing extended family groups and their essential possessions. At the heart of Scythian culture was their profound relationship with horses. Scythian children reportedly learned to ride before they could walk, developing an almost symbiotic connection with their mounts. Archaeological evidence confirms they were among the first people to develop advanced riding equipment, including saddles and trousers, specifically designed for mounted mobility. They perfected the composite recurve bow, made from layers of wood, sinew and horn, that could be effectively used from horseback, revolutionizing warfare with highly mobile mounted archers who could strike and retreat before infantry forces could respond. This military advantage allowed the Scythians to exert influence far beyond what their population numbers might suggest. In the 7th century BCE, they expanded into Southwest Asia, attacking the Assyrian Empire and raiding as far as the borders of Egypt, where Pharaoh Psamtik the Fridge reportedly paid them to withdraw. They dominated Media for nearly 3 decades before being driven out, and their military prowess was sufficient that the Persian king Darius the Frit launched a massive campaign against them around 513 BCE. According to Herodotus, this expedition ended in frustration as the Scythians employed a strategy of retreat, harassment, and scorched earth that left Persian forces exhausted and depleted, a tactical approach that would later be echoed in Russia's response to Napoleon's invasion. The social organization of Scythian society appears to have been hierarchical, with distinct classes including a warrior aristocracy, free commoners, and possibly slaves captured in war. Royal and noble Scythians displayed their status through elaborate golden ornaments, imported luxury goods, and magnificent horse gear decorated in their distinctive style. Herodotus described various Scythian tribes with different customs and subsistence patterns, suggesting a federation of related peoples rather than a homogeneous society. Archaeological evidence confirms significant variation in burial customs, material culture, and probably lifestyle among different Scythian groups. The most spectacular evidence of Scythian culture comes from their burial mounds, called kurgans, which dot the steppe landscape from Ukraine to Mongolia. The largest of these, reserved for kings and nobles, contained elaborate burial chambers where the deceased was interred with sacrificed horses, servants, and extraordinary grave goods. The frozen kurgans of the Altai Mountains have yielded particularly remarkable finds, with organic materials like textiles, wooden objects, and even tattooed human bodies preserved by the permafrost for over 2 millennia. The artistic tradition of the Scythians, widely known as the animal style, ranks among the most distinctive aesthetic systems of the ancient world. Characterized by highly stylized depictions of animals, particularly stags, felines, birds of prey, and fantastic creatures combining elements of different species. This art typically appeared on portable objects like weapons, horse gear, and personal ornaments. Executed primarily in gold, bronze, and occasionally wood, Scythian animal art portrays creatures in dynamic poses, often contorted, with exaggerated features emphasizing claws, antlers, beaks, and muscles. Many scenes depict predator-prey relationships or animals in combat, perhaps reflecting the harsh realities of steppe life and Scythian warrior values. Beyond its aesthetic appeal, Scythian art likely conveyed complex religious and cosmological meanings now lost to us. Many scholars interpret these animal motifs as representations of shape-shifting shamanic practices, with composite creatures representing spiritual transformation. The frequent depiction of specific animals may indicate clan totems or spiritual protectors associated with particular lineages or tribes. The consistent emphasis on dynamic tension and transformative states suggests a worldview attuned to the fluid boundaries between different realms of existence. Our understanding of Scythian religious beliefs comes primarily from archaeological evidence and Herodotus's sometimes questionable accounts. He described a pantheon headed by Tabiti equivalent to Greek Hestia, along with deities corresponding to Zeus, Aphrodite, Apollo, and other Greek gods, though this translation of Scythian religion into Greek terms likely obscures significant differences. Material evidence suggests belief in a 3-tiered cosmos, with birds representing the upper world, hoofed animals the middle world, and reptiles or amphibians the underworld. Special reverence appears to have been given to the hearth, sun, and possibly fire as purifying elements. Herodotus and archaeological evidence both indicate that Scythian religious practitioners engaged in altered states of consciousness, possibly using hemp seeds burned on hot stones to create intoxicating vapors. Gold vessels depicting Scythians in distinctive dress and poses might represent shamanic practices or mythological narratives. Human sacrifice appears to have occurred at royal funerals, with servants, concubines, and horses killed to accompany the deceased into the afterlife. These elaborate mortuary rituals suggest belief in an afterworld where the deceased would need attendants, possessions, and mounts. Despite their nomadic lifestyle, the Scythians engaged in extensive trade and diplomatic relations with agricultural civilizations. Greek colonies along the Black Sea coast developed specifically to facilitate commerce with the Scythians, exchanging wine, olive oil, textiles, and manufactured goods for Scythian grain, livestock, furs, and slaves. Archaeological finds demonstrate the flow of luxury items, with Greek pottery, jewelry, and metalwork appearing in Scythian graves, while Scythian animal art influenced Greek decorative styles. This commercial interaction facilitated cultural exchange, with some Scythian elites apparently becoming partially Hellenized while maintaining their distinct identity. The relationship between Scythians and the societies they encountered was complex and often contradictory. On one hand, settled peoples viewed them with fear and disdain as barbarians, lacking the refinements of urban civilization. On the other hand, Scythian military prowess commanded respect, and their goods were highly valued in international markets. This ambivalence appears in Greek depictions of Scythians, who are portrayed as both dangerous savages and noble warriors possessing natural wisdom uncorrupted by civilization, an early version of the noble savage concept that would recur throughout Western encounters with nomadic peoples. The decline of Scythian dominance in their European heartland came gradually, beginning in the 4th century BCE as pressure increased from Thracian peoples to the west and Sarmatian tribes from the east. Philip II of Macedon defeated a Scythian force in 339 BCE, while his son Alexander's campaigns disrupted the steppe political balance. By the 2nd century BCE, Sarmatian groups, linguistically related to but culturally distinct from the Scythians, had largely replaced them as the dominant force in the Pontic steppe. Some Scythian groups established a more sedentary kingdom in Crimea that survived until the late 2nd century CE, when it was finally destroyed by Gothic invaders. In the eastern steppes, Scythian-related peoples like the Saka continued their nomadic traditions, eventually interacting with and influencing emerging empires in China, Persia, and India. The military techniques, artistic motifs, and cultural patterns established by Scythian civilization would echo through subsequent steppe confederations, including the Xiongnu, Huns, Turks, and eventually Mongols, creating a distinctive tradition of Eurasian nomadic statecraft that would repeatedly reshape world history. The legacy of the Scythians extends beyond their direct historical influence. Their sophisticated adaptation to a harsh environment demonstrates the creativity of human societies in developing sustainable relationships with challenging landscapes. Their artistic tradition, conveying complex cultural meanings through stylized animal forms, represents one of the ancient world's most distinctive aesthetic systems. Perhaps most significantly, the Scythians remind us that civilization takes diverse forms, not always urban, literate, or architectural, but sometimes mobile, oral, and intimately connected to animals and environment. Chapter 15. The Dilmun Civilization, Ancient Trading Hub. On the Azore waters of the Persian Gulf, where desert shores meet maritime trade routes connecting Mesopotamia to the Indus Valley and beyond, a remarkable civilization flourished that served as the commercial crossroads of the ancient world. Dilmun centered on the island of Bahrain, but extending to eastern Saudi Arabia and possibly Kuwait, established itself as an essential intermediary in the exchange networks that linked the great urban civilizations of the 3rd millennium BCE. Though lacking the monumental architecture of Egypt or the extensive textual records of Sumer, this trading society created a distinctive culture that combined indigenous traditions with influences from its many commercial partners, while developing innovations in hydraulic engineering, seal carving, and maritime technology that supported its mercantile prosperity. The origins of Dilmun civilization can be traced to the late 4th millennium BCE, when communities on Bahrain Island and the adjacent Arabian coast began engaging in increasingly organized trade with Mesopotamian cities. Archaeological evidence shows a gradual transition from small fishing and pearling villages to more complex settlements involved in long-distance commerce. By approximately 2200 BCE, Dilmun had emerged as a recognized polity with its own seals, pottery traditions, and burial customs, suggesting the development of a distinct cultural identity. The geography of Dilmun provided both challenges and opportunities that shaped its developmental trajectory. The arid climate of Bahrain, with minimal rainfall and few natural surface water sources, presented significant obstacles to supporting a large population. However, the island possessed two crucial resources that became foundations for its prosperity: abundant natural springs that created artesian wells of fresh water, and strategic positioning along natural shipping lanes between Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley. The Dilmunites capitalized on these advantages, developing sophisticated water management systems to maximize agricultural productivity, while exploiting their geographical position to become intermediaries in international trade. Dilmun reached its zenith during the early 2nd millennium BCE, when it served as the essential middleman in commercial exchanges between Mesopotamia, particularly the city of Ur, the Indus Valley civilization, Oman, ancient Magan, and possibly regions as distant as East Africa. Cuneiform texts from Mesopotamia describe Dilmun ships bringing luxury goods from distant lands, carnelian and other semi-precious stones from the Indus Valley, copper from Oman, ivory, gold, and exotic woods from multiple sources. In return, Mesopotamian textiles, grain, oils, and manufactured goods flowed through Dilmun to distant markets. Beyond merely transshipping goods, Dilmun added value through processing and craftsmanship. Copper from Magan was alloyed with tin to produce bronze tools and weapons that were then exported. Carnelian beads from the Indus Valley were further worked and finished before being sent to Mesopotamian markets. Pearls, harvested from the rich beds surrounding Bahrain, became a distinctive Dilmun export, prized throughout the ancient Near East for their beauty and rarity. This combination of geographical advantage and skilled craftsmanship allowed Dilmun to maintain its commercial prominence for nearly a millennium. The society that developed around this trading economy appears to have been relatively egalitarian by ancient standards, at least in its earlier phases. Early burial mounds show relatively modest differentiation in grave goods, suggesting a social structure without extreme stratification. By the height of Dilmun civilization, however, archaeological evidence indicates increasing social complexity, with elite residences, administrative buildings, and more elaborate burials for privileged individuals. The thousands of burial mounds that cover parts of Bahrain, estimated at over 170,000 originally, range from simple interments to complex chambers, containing imported luxury goods, weapons, and jewelry that indicate the deceased's status. The political organization of Dilmun remains somewhat obscure due to limited textual evidence. Mesopotamian sources refer to the ruler of Dilmun, suggesting some form of centralized authority, possibly a monarchy. By the time detailed records become available in the late 2nd millennium BCE, Dilmun appears to have been governed by kings who maintained diplomatic relations with major powers like Babylon and Assyria. The administrative center at Kala or Bahrain, with its substantial buildings and evidence of record-keeping, indicates a sophisticated governmental apparatus capable of managing trade, collecting taxes or duties, and coordinating public works. The religious life of Dilmun has left tantalizing but fragmentary evidence. Mesopotamian texts describe Dilmun as a paradise where the gods dwelled, a place of purity where illness and death were unknown. This mythological association may reflect actual characteristics of Bahrain, with its abundant freshwater springs in an otherwise arid region, making it appear divinely blessed. Archaeological excavations have uncovered temples at sites like Barbar, featuring altars, offering tables, and wells that suggest elaborate rituals involving water. The distinctive circular design of these structures, unlike the rectangular temples of Mesopotamia, indicates an indigenous religious tradition with its own architectural expression. Material culture from Dilmun reveals a society that developed distinctive artistic and craft traditions while absorbing influences from its trading partners. Dilmun seals, used to mark ownership of goods and authenticate commercial transactions, evolved from simple geometric designs to more complex motifs incorporating human figures, animals, and architectural elements. Pottery production blended local forms with decorative elements borrowed from Mesopotamian and Indus Valley traditions, creating distinctive styles that have helped archaeologists trace Dilmun's trading connections. The thousands of burial mounds contain artifacts showing remarkable diversity in origins: lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, carnelian from India, gold from various sources, demonstrating the cosmopolitan nature of Dilmun society. One of the most impressive achievements of Dilmun civilization was its sophisticated water management system. On an island with limited rainfall but abundant underground springs, the Dilmunites constructed elaborate channels, reservoirs, and filtering systems to collect, purify, and distribute fresh water for drinking, irrigation, and ritual purposes. Archaeological investigations have revealed stone-lined wells, tanks, and channels that maintained water quality and maximized its utility. These hydraulic works allowed for agricultural production sufficient to support a substantial population and provide provisions for trading vessels, making Bahrain an important resupply point for ancient maritime commerce. Dilmun's economic prominence began to wane around 1750 BCE, coinciding with the decline of its major trading partners. The collapse of the Indus Valley civilization and political upheavals in Mesopotamia disrupted the commercial networks that had been the foundation of Dilmun prosperity. Archaeological evidence shows reduced building activity, less elaborate burials, and fewer imported luxury goods during this period, suggesting economic contraction. However, Dilmun proved remarkably resilient, adapting to changing circumstances by shifting its commercial focus and political alignments. By the late 2nd millennium BCE, Dilmun had entered a new phase, now increasingly connected to the rising power of Assyria. Cuneiform texts from this period mention Dilmun kings paying tribute to Assyrian monarchs, indicating a subordinate political position but continued recognition as a distinct entity. Later, Dilmun appears in Neo-Babylonian and Achaemenid Persian records, suggesting it maintained some degree of identity and importance, even as it was incorporated into larger imperial systems. Each of these transitions left archaeological traces in the form of new architectural styles, imported goods, and administrative practices. The final eclipse of Dilmun came gradually, with its name disappearing from records during the Hellenistic period, as new commercial systems and political arrangements transformed the Persian Gulf region. The island of Bahrain continued to be inhabited and remained a trading center, but the distinctive civilization known as Dilmun had faded into history, its achievements forgotten until archaeological investigations in the 20th century began uncovering evidence of its former prominence. The rediscovery of Dilmun began in earnest with excavations at Kalata, Bahrain, starting in the 1950s. This massive tell site, covering approximately 45 hectares with archaeological layers extending 12 meters deep, has yielded evidence of continuous occupation from the 3rd millennium BCE through the 16th century CE. Danish, French, and later Bahraini archaeologists uncovered city walls, residential quarters, workshops, a palace, and a monumental building that may have served administrative functions. Particularly significant was the discovery of hundreds of clay seals and seal impressions documenting Dilmun's commercial connections with Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley. Concurrent investigations of Bahrain's massive burial fields have provided insights into Dilmun's social structure, religious beliefs, and changing fortunes over the centuries. The transition from simple early interments to more elaborate chamber tombs, and finally to smaller, less wealthy burials, traces the rise and gradual decline of Dilmun society. DNA analysis of skeletal remains has begun revealing information about the population's origins, health conditions, and biological connections to neighboring regions. The significance of Dilmun extends beyond its archaeological remains. As an early example of a society built primarily on trade rather than agriculture or conquest, it demonstrates an alternative pathway to complexity and sophistication. Its role as an intermediary between the great urban civilizations of its era highlights the importance of cross-cultural exchange in driving innovation and cultural development. Perhaps most notably, Dilmun's hydraulic engineering achievements in a challenging environment offer historical perspective on contemporary concerns about water management and sustainable development in arid regions. For the modern nation of Bahrain, the rediscovery of Dilmun provides a tangible connection to an ancient heritage distinct from later historical periods. The archaeological sites, artifacts, and reconstructed history of Dilmun have become important elements in Bahraini cultural identity and tourism development. In 2005, the Kola Atoll Bahrain Archaeological Site was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognizing its universal cultural significance and ensuring its protection for future generations. As research continues, the story of Dilmun gradually emerges from the shadows of history, offering a window into an ancient world where maritime trade connected distant civilizations and created prosperity even in seemingly inhospitable environments. This forgotten trading empire reminds us that the networks of globalization have deep historical roots, with societies like Dilmun facilitating the exchange not only of goods but of ideas, technologies, and cultural practices that enriched the ancient world. Chapter 16. The Xiongnu Empire, China's formidable northern neighbors. Beyond the Great Wall, across the vast windswept grasslands of the Mongolian plateau, and the arid expanses of the Gobi Desert, a confederation of nomadic peoples created the first great steppe empire of East Asia. The Xiongnu, fierce mounted warriors who united diverse tribes under a centralized political authority, challenged the Chinese Han dynasty for supremacy in East Asia for nearly 3 centuries, profoundly influencing Chinese politics, military development, and diplomatic practice. Though they left no written records of their own, the threat they posed to settled Chinese civilization ensured their prominent place in historical chronicles, while archaeological discoveries increasingly reveal the sophistication of their material culture and the complexity of their social organization. The emergence of the Xiongnu as a unified political entity occurred around 209 BCE, when a charismatic leader named Modon, also written as Modu or Maudun, seized power from his father through a combination of cunning and brutality. According to Chinese accounts, Modon trained his followers to shoot arrows wherever he directed his own, first at birds and animals, then at his favorite horse, his favorite wife, and finally his father, executing any who hesitated. Having eliminated his father and consolidated his authority, Modon proclaimed himself Xiongnu supreme ruler and embarked on a campaign of conquest that united previously disparate nomadic groups under centralized leadership. The timing of this political consolidation was not coincidental. To the south, the newly established Qin dynasty had unified China for the first time, aggressively expanding its territory and connecting earlier defensive barriers into the first iteration of what would become the Great Wall. This expansion threatened the nomads' traditional territories and migration routes, creating pressure for a unified response. The Xiongnu Confederation represented a strategic adaptation to the threat posed by imperial Chinese expansion, transforming independent tribes into a formidable military power capable of resisting and even threatening the Chinese state. At its height under Modon and his immediate successors, the Xiongnu Empire controlled territory stretching from Manchuria in the east to the Aral Sea in the west, and from Lake Baikal in the north to the edges of the Ordos Desert in the south. This vast domain encompassed diverse environments and populations, including the Mongolian steppe, the forests of Siberia, the Gobi Desert, and the semi-agricultural regions bordering China. Xiongnu leadership successfully incorporated these varied peoples, not only Mongolic and Turkic groups, but also Iranian-speaking populations in western regions, into a political structure capable of coordinated military action and resource extraction. The social organization of the Xiongnu reflected both traditional steppe patterns and innovative adaptations to the challenges of governing an extensive territory. At its core was a hereditary aristocracy, with the position of Qiongnu typically passing from father to son, though not without frequent succession disputes. Below the supreme ruler, authority was distributed among clan leaders and regional commanders, many related to the ruling lineage through blood or marriage. Chinese sources describe a system where the empire was divided into 3 sections, left, right, and center, each administered by trusted nobles and royal relatives. This arrangement balanced central authority with the flexibility needed to govern mobile populations across vast distances. The economic foundation of Xiongnu power remained pastoral nomadism, with tribal groups moving seasonally to find pasture for their herds of horses, sheep, cattle, and occasionally camels. This lifestyle produced the essential resources for nomadic life: meat and milk for food, wool and hides for clothing and shelter, dung for fuel, and most crucial of all, horses for transportation and warfare. Archaeological findings and Chinese accounts both indicate that the Xiongnu supplemented this pastoral base with hunting, limited agriculture in suitable regions, crafts production, and most importantly, long-distance trade and raiding. Chinese historians describe the Xiongnu as primitive barbarians who move in search of water and pasture, have no walled cities or fixed dwellings, nor do they engage in any agriculture. This dismissive characterization, however, reflects cultural bias rather than reality. Archaeological excavations at Xiongnu sites have revealed sophisticated material culture, including complex architecture at more permanent settlements, advanced metalworking techniques, and artistic traditions blending influences from China, Siberia, and Central Asia into distinctive forms. Particularly impressive are the Xiongnu elite tombs discovered across Mongolia and southern Siberia. These burial complexes feature deep chambers accessed by ramps, sometimes surrounded by satellite burials of sacrificed animals and possibly humans. Grave goods include exquisitely crafted gold jewelry, Chinese bronze mirrors and silk, sophisticated composite bows, and intricately decorated horse gear. The diversity of these artifacts, some imported from China, others showing Persian or Scythian influence, and many produced by skilled Xiongnu craftspeople, demonstrates the Confederation's position at the nexus of trans-Eurasian exchange networks. The military prowess of the Xiongnu became legendary in China, where their swift raids and seemingly unstoppable cavalry inspired both fear and strategic innovation. The core of Xiongnu forces consisted of mounted archers equipped with powerful composite bows made from layers of wood, horn, and sinew, capable of penetrating armor at considerable distances. These warriors trained from childhood in horsemanship and archery, developing skills that allowed them to shoot accurately while riding at full gallop. Their tactics emphasized mobility, surprise, and the psychological impact of coordinated charges, often followed by feigned retreats designed to lure enemies into ambushes. The threat posed by these formidable warriors prompted fundamental changes in Chinese military organization and imperial policy. The Han dynasty was forced to develop its own cavalry arm, recruiting riders from border regions and even adopting elements of nomadic dress and equipment. Massive resources were diverted to construct and garrison the Great Wall, which served not so much as an impenetrable barrier, but as a system to slow Xiongnu incursions and provide early warning of raids. Most significantly, China developed a sophisticated diplomatic system for managing relations with the northern barbarians, combining military deterrence with economic incentives and political manipulation. This diplomatic approach found its fullest expression in the Hakkin policy, initiated after a devastating Chinese defeat at Pingcheng in 200 BCE. Under this arrangement, the Shim court recognized the Xiongnu Chanyu as an equal sovereign, a significant concession for China's traditionally Sinocentric worldview, provided annual gifts of silk, grain, and other goods that functioned as disguised tribute, and sealed the alliance through imperial princesses sent as brides to the Xiongnu ruler. While pragmatic Han officials recognized these arrangements as necessary concessions to superior Xiongnu military power, they were framed in Chinese historical records as a benevolent emperor pacifying barbarians through virtuous generosity. The Hakkin system created a complex interdependence between the Han dynasty and the Xiongnu Confederation. For the nomads, access to Chinese luxury goods became essential for maintaining political cohesion, as the Xiongnu redistributed these prestige items to secure the loyalty of subordinate chiefs. Chinese silk, in particular, acquired both practical and symbolic importance in steppe society, useful for both clothing and as a portable store of wealth. The Han court, meanwhile, hoped that exposure to Chinese products and culture would gradually civilize the nomads, while also cultivating factions within Xiongnu leadership that favored accommodation rather than confrontation. This delicate balance began shifting in the late 2nd century BCE as the Han dynasty under Emperor Wu launched aggressive campaigns against the Xiongnu. Having strengthened China's economy and military, Wu abandoned the Hakkin policy in favor of offensive operations designed to break Xiongnu power. Han armies pushed deep into nomadic territory, establishing garrisons and colonies in the western regions, modern Xinjiang, and seeking alliances with other nomadic groups against the Xiongnu. These campaigns, while costly and not always successful, gradually eroded Xiongnu's strength and territorial control. Internal tensions within the Confederation, exacerbated by Chinese diplomacy and changing climate conditions, led to a major split in 51 BCE. The Xiongnu divided into two groups: the southern Xiongnu, who accepted tributary status under Han China and eventually settled within Chinese territory, and the northern Xiongnu, who attempted to maintain independence in the Mongolian homeland. This division marked the effective end of the unified Xiongnu Empire, though both branches continued to play significant roles in East Asian politics for generations. The northern Xiongnu maintained resistance against Chinese expansion for several more decades, but faced increasing pressure from other nomadic groups, particularly the Xianbei to their east. A combination of military defeats, environmental stress, possibly including drought conditions, and internal leadership struggles led to their gradual disintegration. By the late 1st century CE, Chinese sources report the migration of large Xiongnu populations westward, leading some scholars to propose connections between the Xiongnu and later nomadic groups in Central Asia and Eastern Europe, including possibly the Huns who would later threaten the Roman Empire. The southern Xiongnu, meanwhile, became increasingly integrated into the Chinese political system, with their leaders receiving Han titles and their people settling in designated aided areas along China's northern frontier. During the tumultuous period following the Han dynasty's collapse, these Xiongnu communities and their leaders played pivotal roles in Chinese politics. Several 16 kingdoms established in northern China during the 4th–5th century CE were founded by elites of Xiongnu descent who had adopted Chinese cultural elements while maintaining distinct identities and military traditions. The cultural and genetic legacy of the Xiongnu thus became interwoven with Chinese civilization, particularly in northern regions. Practices like horseback riding, certain musical traditions, and elements of military organization entered Chinese culture through this prolonged interaction. Genetically, the substantial Xiongnu populations that settled within China contributed to the ancestry of many northern Chinese, representing one of many instances of pastoral nomadic integration into the agricultural civilization they had once threatened. Beyond China, some scholars have proposed far-reaching connections between the Xiongnu and later nomadic confederations. The debate over possible links between the Xiongnu and the European Huns remains contentious, with linguistic, archaeological, and now genetic evidence providing tantalizing but inconclusive indications of connections. Less speculative is the Xiongnu influence on subsequent steppe empires like the Rouran Turk and eventually Mongol confederations, which adopted similar political structures and military strategies adapted to pastoral nomadic society. The significance of the Xiongnu in world history extends beyond their direct impact on China and potential connections to later nomadic groups. They represent the first documented case of pastoral nomads creating a large-scale imperial structure capable of challenging major agricultural civilizations on equal terms. The political system they developed, combining centralized leadership with distributed authority suitable for governing widely dispersed, mobile populations, would be replicated by subsequent steppe empires for over a millennium, culminating in the vast Mongol Empire of the 13th century. The Xiongnu case also illustrates the complex symbiotic relationships that often developed between agricultural civilizations and pastoral nomadic societies, despite the frequent conflicts between them. Far from representing a simple civilized-barbarian dichotomy, the Han-Xiongnu interaction generated sophisticated diplomatic protocols, extensive trade networks, and mutual cultural influence. Both societies were transformed by this encounter, developing new institutions and practices in response to the challenges and opportunities presented by their formidable counterpart. For contemporary archaeology and historical research, the Xiongnu present both exciting opportunities and formidable challenges. Ongoing excavations across Mongolia, southern Siberia, and western China continue uncovering evidence that revises our understanding of their material culture, social organization, and connections to other Eurasian peoples. Advances in archaeogenetics offer new insights into population movements and biological relationships between ancient steppe groups. These developing lines of evidence, combined with critical readings of Chinese historical sources, promise to further illuminate the story of the Xiongnu, China's most formidable northern neighbors and creators of East Asia's first great steppe empire.